But yeah, no, it's... For me, the reason I use it is stress and anxiety, and it's made my quality of life so much better. That's terrifying. Stupid. Oxycontin is rebranded heroin in pill form. Like, it's basically just heroin. Oxy genuinely terrifies me. And you know, like, I realize that Cooler gives me a hard time for talking about drugs on this stream, but like... How do I word this? That's not addictive, yeah. I'm trying to think of the proper way to word this. Wait, really? Would airplanes help? Would airbags help in an airplane? Huh. So you know what we need, pilot guy? We need like 4 years of COVID-19 lockdown where no planes are allowed to fly, period. And redo everything. Take that time to just rebuild all the airplanes. Yeah, I mean, like, that's why I was, like, trying to choose my words really carefully and wasn't able to, Lump. It's like, the opioid crisis is genuinely fucked. It's, like, one of the biggest crimes against humanity that's been committed in the last 50 years, 100 years even. It's, like, right up there with, like, world wars. Like, the number of people that have been killed and died due to crime and the number of people that have just had their lives directly ruined because of that shit. It's fucked. Yeah, exactly. Definitely replace the record players and planes with cassette decks. Who says we think it was anything but intentional? Of Slut. I don't think anybody has said that they think it's anything else. Of course it's intentional. They wanted people to become addicted to it so that they would keep buying the medicine. 10 to 15 years older than you are. I've been in a Cessna before. I know how old those things feel. I don't know. The last one still had ashtrays indoors? Really? That's hilarious, Pilot Guy. I've watched several documentaries on the subject, and that's what they all say. Is that Purdue was not only aware of it, but also marketing treatment for the addictions. So, like, they were selling the addictive thing, marketing it to people as though it was not addictive, and then sponsoring treatment and charging people for the treatment. It's like, oh my god. I actually know somebody through Twitch who's a full-time airline pilot, commercial airline pilot. He was flying for Delta last day, or a company that another airline that Delta owns. He's an interesting bloke. Know him through like the Elite Dangerous and Flight Sim communities. I have not, no. I've heard the name though. They were selling the disease and the cure. Yeah. I don't know. It's a tale as old as time, and it's terrifying when it happens in reality, right? And you know, like I was too young to really collide with the. I was too young to collide with the. With the opioid crisis directly, right? Like I was. I never really had to deal with that, fortunately. It was kind of over by the time I was in my teens. Well, at least the cause of it was over by the time I was in my teens. And it's like, just looking into it and knowing that it was a thing makes me so angry. Beauty and the Beast, right? Never really thought that I'd be quoting that, Lump. I mean, up here, like, it's still, you know, happening, but those forms of medicines aren't legal. And, you know, there's plenty of shit that, like, I can talk about where people can look at me and be like, well, you know, you're just discovering all this shit, right? Like, I guess the older I get, the more angry I get that there are so many copyrighted, popular, destructive, life-ending drugs out there that are constantly prescribed to people when alongside of them, you see less invasive, less intrusive, just as effective medicines outlawed and kept illegal because they're easy to produce and cheap. I have to go. My roommate's ODing. It's okay. Yeah, that's scary. Hope your friend's roommate's okay. Sorry about like the super serious topics that have kind of bubbled up here, but I don't even know how this happened. I think I just, some topic of weed came. I think we were talking about skunks and weed smelling like skunk and not really smelling like skunk, just kind of people thinking it smells like skunk. I think that's kind of where we were, and then just kind of went off the rails a bit. Be safe out there, you know? And if you know people that have any kind of addiction or dependency issue, just take care of them. Fucking sucks. And I've known people who've fallen down that hole, and it's awful to watch. It sucks. Then that's all there is to it. Are we really on the rails? I mean, you're usually flying, right? Because you're a pilot guy. So you're never on the rails. You're always as far off the rails as you can be altitude-wise. Ideally, anyway. We returned. So yesterday we had a lot of deaths. But we did make a lot of progress. We got the center column dug out mostly. This area is where we're going to do our above ground farming. And maybe some below ground farming too. But it's going to take a little bit to actually get this done. Still need to finish up kind of these last few walls up top here. I can just toss that in there. Still need to get all of this iron ore hauled. So I've set a lot of this, all of the purple stuff to be dumped, and then I'm going to set the rest of it. We are just trying to remove the iron ore from this area because we're trying to get rid of all these boulders, right? And, you know, we've been working on this for literally days now, just giving it all away, selling it, trading it to anybody who will fucking take it in exchange for better resources and other things, food and materials for writing books. And that's something that we're working on now. Yesterday, we also set this up as our Craftsdwarf Guild. So this is our Craftsdwarf Guild. I might set this upper floor up here as a Farmers Guild. I haven't built anything on the upper floor of this building yet. Might do something with that. We'll check in a second. Stone. This lower level over here is our hospital. It's still kind of a mess. It's full of lemonite and mudstone, but it's coming along. This lower floor over here is going to become a library once we get all of this lemonite dealt with. So that's kind of priority number one, is getting rid of all the lemonite. Cooler grew up from a child and is now a peasant. We lost most of our military yesterday in a cave-in accident, which sucks. So goal for today is going to be to appoint some new spear dwarves and get them training. And see if we can get to the point where we can have a better, or another royal in the fort. And move more of the crafting stuff down to the bottom of the pit and try our best to set up more buildings in this lower section. As far as like an overall tour of the fort goes, as you can see, the once above ground crafting square is gone now. We're now at the bottom of the pit. So welcome back to Longdeath. As far as the actual number of stones goeth, we actually made some more. We're at 9,199, which is a massive improvement over where we were at before. The reason it's such a massive improvement is because, well, it's not counting all the ones that have been set to be dumped, but we were at like what, over 10,000 mudstone at one point. We were down below 3,000, and then I mined out that center section. So we're still firmly in the era of mudstone, in the year of our mudstone. If anybody would like me to check in with their dwarf, I'll read off all the names of the dwarves that are still alive. Euthris, Screw, Axon, Aegis, Hobo, DeBerries, Jack Nurik, Barons, Eripterus, Astro Banjo, Eric Shadowblade, Bastet, Squug, Salantra, Stone the Second, Pispan, Questigol, Hare 007, Jecki, Cassiopeia Star, The Broker, The Great Padinsky, Animal, Rhinestone, Lump, Cooler, Cheers Jamie, Suey, Scrumpet, Pablo, Dragoman, and Hot Cup of Tea, as well as our youngest, most recent child, Wave Thrash. That's fine. I'm sure Lump already has a job. We'll have a job within a couple of minutes. Lump is probably like between jobs. It just means Lump is traveling somewhere to go do something, and then we'll attain a job. I think Lump was going to go hang out in the tavern for a little bit, but just kind of walking back and forth between the library and other tasks. You know, it's certainly possible, actually. Yeah, you don't have hauling active. I'm not making tombstones for dwarves. I'm making, what's it called? I'm just making coffins. But, you did have a statue, Vim. Actually, I need to make a new one of Queth. This is a rendition of Vin. The Granite Tenderness, an image of Vinsati, the dwarf. And Vinsati is striking a triumphant pose. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. But I need to place a new statue, which I think I made? Yeah, of Queth. Our most recent addition to our fortress's history. to all of the really interesting names. Well, I mean, they're just names from chat, right? They're just names from chat. So yeah, right now we're literally just trying to get everything removed. Who's depressed over here? Squug is having a bit of a hard day. He saw a child die, which was a bit much for him, I think. I'll make it... I'll make it real nice. For a second there, I thought you were making a demand lump, and I was like, whoa, lump, asking for favors, are we? Ugh, Astro Banjo sounds so much cooler. Well, Astro plays the banjo. So, I'd like to get farming at the bottom of the pit today. That's kind of my big goal. And I'd like to get all of the iron put away, but the iron's just kind of going to be a lot of waiting. And kind of monitoring resources in the background. Also, I've got a bunch of untamed animals. So I'm going to tame these so I can slaughter them. Let's also geld a bunch of my puppies. How's those pigs? I don't need them. So I do have 2 pet unicorns. A breeding pair, in fact. Do I? Or did one of them go and die again? I think one went and died again. I don't know where my other unicorn went. I had 2. Welp. Yeah, I don't know where the other unicorn went, but I had 2 unicorns. Yep, we only have 1 unicorn. Well, shit. I don't know, Goats. I think you got a pretty good name. You should give your name more credit. I don't even think you can train them in combat. They're a wild animal. They're basically just like a horse, but they have a weapon equipped, essentially. They're not that strong. I know that they do have kind of a tendency of turning around and murdering hunters before the hunters can hunt them, but they're no elephant. I'll put it that way. They are no elephants. Yeah, they're getting there. I'll give them a couple minutes and let them finish hauling all this stuff. Yeah, it's like a horse with a knife, you know? Like, so imagine a horse wielding a knife and running at you. That's a unicorn versus a normal horse. So it's still just a horse. So yeah, pretty fucking dangerous if it decides to kick you, but like outside of that, eh. I mean, it's just like, you know, how dangerous is a lion versus a cow? Well, they're the same size creatures, so it's the same level of power that they both have. The only difference is a lion is, by default, more aggro, whereas a cow is a docile creature. So it's like, if you have a lion and a cow side by side, the only real difference is, like, the lion has a mane and teeth equipped, and claws, whereas the cow only has teeth equipped. So how scary are they really? Yeah, don't get bit by a horse. Exactly. Hey, Tranquilham. You got sniped by a gift sub earlier, so, yeah, don't spook a cow, because it'll fucking run you over. Is it, though? Morden, is it? One is also very lazy. I don't know about you, but I've seen a whole pride of lions in photos before, just like passed out in the middle of a field, just sleeping in the sun. I believe it, Violet. Just getting trampled. I believe it. Stupid. Yep, you got gifted a sub. Nope. No, I don't give dwarf names away. Once they've been named, they're named. Although I don't think you actually have a dwarf in this fort. You have a dwarf in the other fort. Unless you died, which I don't think you did. So this is a quality outcome. Well, now you just get to watch the stream with emotes and no ads for the next 30 days. This is indeed the 1,000 Years one. So if you died, you would have a coffin. But I don't recall naming you in this one. You're in the community world, which I play on Saturdays normally. Yeah, your dwarf's in the community fort. Yeah, no. Once a person has a dwarf, I'm not gonna rename it. Yeah, it's actually starting to look like a fort down here, isn't it, Jamie? Also, if you're interested, your dwarf is 12 years old, about to become a useful dwarf. It really gets me down sometimes. Your most recent thought? Satisfied remembering work? Satisfied sleeping in a bedroom? I don't know how a child could work, but so the children had a problem earlier on in the fortress where they would go deep down in the fortress, play, and get cave adapted, and then when they'd go to bed, they would sleep inside the fort and never actually leave the fort. And then when they would leave the fort, they'd have panic attacks because they'd be vomiting in the sun. But now because they actually have to, like, walk across the pit in order to, like this, get to their bedrooms, it forces them outside, and they're having a lot less problems. I think playing is considered child work, isn't it? I mean, a child does as it pleases. I mean, I helped my dad mow the lawn at 12, but that's because I wanted to help my dad mow the lawn, not because my dad made me help mow the lawn. It's because I was fucking bored and lived in the country and was like, yeah, I'll help. I don't know. I think it's acceptable for them to just play. Although I think it's kind of cool that the children in Dwarf Fortress can go hang out in guild halls and passively gain skills in various disciplines by just watching demonstrations, which I think is really fucking cool, actually. I kind of wish they could gain combat skills by watching soldiers train. So, like, I've had a bunch of kids grow up to automatically be farmers because I have a farmers guild and a craftsdwarfs guild. So I've had a bunch of kids immediately become craftsdwarfs. Like, Stone 2 was a craftsdwarf before he, well, technically was a trained, like, not dabbling, but the one above dabbling, weaver, because one of my dwarves kept giving weaving demonstrations. You can give them toy weapons, and supposedly it helps. I've never done that. Such a Western thing? I mean, if it's just an overgrown mess, like, it's much harder to set up your pool, or the backyard, or the slide, or the sprinklers, or it's harder for the kids to run around and play. I mean, we certainly had large portions of our yard that was just an overgrown mucky mess, but we liked our garden to look nice. And my mom had big gardens, and my mom didn't like to wade through super tall grass to get to her gardens. So maybe it's a Western thing. I don't know. He did. Have I used up all the mudstone? Nope. No, there's still like 3,000 mudstone left. And I dug out the center bit, which just means that now there's a bunch of mudstone down here, which Ugh. I'm just trying to get all the iron ore out of the base area, and then we'll go back to using up the mudstone. Good afternoon, Quatch. How are you? Yeah, no, this is still the mudstone era. And say that again. Wow, wow, wow. That's good, Quatch. Yeah, there is plenty of mudstone. You'd have to ask Quatch that. Is getting some harsh feedback? I didn't see that much harsh feedback, but how so? I'm actually, like, gonna see if I can get him on the stream to chit-chat. Because I think that might be interesting. I didn't see too much harsh feedback. I have had some people being, myself included, like, I'm very, like, I can't tell the difference between those weapons that he posted zoomed in all the way. But fully zoomed out, it's like, like, even where I'm at right now, zoom-wise, but, like, if I zoom the game out to that, I'm not going to see anything. Like, I'm not going to be able to tell the differences between those. Nobody gives a fuck about that one guy, though. That guy can still play an ASCII, that's fine. It went straight to how we couldn't depict how many times a sword was folded when I was commenting on the use of decoration as a quality reference. What do you mean by decoration as quality reference? Uh, 30 years, Jamie. So we've been in this fort for 25. Yeah, well, there's two artists working on Steam DF. It's Meth and Mike Mayday. Meth and Mayday. Meth also made Masterwork Dwarf Fortress, so it's kind of one of the more well-known, if not the most well-known DF modder, because he puts his name on everything. We don't quite have magic yet. I mean, I like the idea. Like, those sprites that he showed, right? On the subreddit. I don't really see the point of just having them everywhere. Like, in a stockpile, for example. I don't really see the point of just having a stack with all of those different damaged... Looks fancier, not better. Yeah, no, I agree. But, like, I do like the idea of, say, when you select an item, like we've selected this leather tunic, maybe it looks fancier in this screen. But it is also kind of an issue because you can have two shirts that are made out of exactly the same material, and one of them is just more well-made. So the only difference is, oh, well, the stitches are better. So the shirt itself is going to look identical, but one is better. Sure, but I think the concern is that that's not necessarily the way everybody wants DF to look, right? I mean, my concern going in with the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is I'm not a huge fan of Mef's tile set. It's way too busy. And that's my worry with the Steam version is I can't use super complex tile sets because they're too busy. There's too much going on in every tile, and I can't follow it. But I'm also what I consider to be a relatively unique case because a lot of people disagree with me. Yo, no, his art is brilliant. His art's really good. He does some really, 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 really nice pixel art. But that's my big concern for the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is I'm not going to be able to keep track of everything. My issue is going to be once I see it moving, right? Tranquilham? But, yeah. Sure. Great Lufa. I mean, like, use the tile set that you like. And that's the long short of it, right? I personally have a hard time with super complex tile sets. I don't know with which side you're disagreeing with, but good to know, Cooler. Totally. I think it would be interesting to have Mef on the stream and just talk to him about it. Nicolas Cage tile set only for life. You know, I was actually thinking the other day about how we could actually make that tile set, like, playable. What's your definition of everyone? Jamie? That's really the question. Most people? Well, that's hard to quantify. And the reason that's hard to quantify is we don't know how many people are playing Dwarf Fortress actively. We don't know how many people are currently playing Dwarf Fortress. So let's say when the Steam version comes out, if I go to Steam Database or Steam Charts or one of those other sites or Steam Spy and look at how many people are actively playing and it says, let's just say 5,000. I don't know if that's more or less than are playing Classic because we don't know how many people are playing Classic right now because there's no tracking. Then you're missing the alfalfa here, Ham. Dwarf Fortress is one of the most well-known games ever made. Even people who know nothing about it have heard the name Dwarf Fortress. It's got this weird... Oh, the game's saving. Autumn has come. It's got this mystique to it. This almost mythical level of... renown. Discord tracks people that play it? Yeah, I guess, but how many people here have Discord installed that play Dwarf Fortress? I'm curious. But yeah, I guess they might have stats. I don't know where I'd look for that though. But I'll put it this way, right? Dwarf Fortress's Steam page on the news updates get more forum discussions and responses than RimWorld does. And RimWorld is a very high-selling game. So there's a lot of people... Yeah, I guess because it would probably pick up... what's it called? It would probably pick up whatever software you're using to run it. So, based off of... Okay, So when I've heard from people that the month this page was released, sources that I have, that when this page was released on Steam and announced, it was the most wishlisted game the month it was released. And currently is one of the most wishlisted games on Steam, period. It's in the very high percentage of most wishlisted games on Steam. So is that necessarily going to translate into sales? I don't know. But the UI post from a couple weeks ago had 1,394 rates up. The game's not even out yet. 163 comments, right? So just for a little bit of comparison, let's go to Cogmind, which people would probably consider to be reasonably niche as well, right? 614 overwhelmingly positive reviews. Let's go to his most recent post. Bunch of fan art and some other stuff. A lot of interesting information. 54 thumbs ups, 2 comments. Let's go to RimWorld. RimWorld's all over the place, though, so we'll see what they get. Honor bestowed, the most recent update. So this is a major patch for RimWorld. And keep in mind, this game has sold millions of copies at this point. 3,324 rates ups. 345 comments. This game is out and has sold millions of copies. It's like 2.2 million or something they've sold now. So for a little bit of comparison and contrast, a game that is pretty niche and not that widely known already has almost as much traction in the forums than a game that's been out since 2015 on Steam. I think was when it dropped originally. 2015 or 2016, I actually can't remember. I think it was 2015 that RimWorld came out on Steam. So, knowing that it is in the top 0.1% of most wishlisted games on Steam, and knowing that it's just getting those visible stats that are shown, it's going to do very, very well. And knowing people that I know through Twitch specifically, and talking to people at TwitchCon last year, you're going to have streams from Co-Carnage. You're going to have streams from Burke Black. You're going to have streams from Cringer, maybe Shenrir, Quill18, Verge Skeletor. And Co-Carnage on his own will bring 20,000 eyeballs. Oh, we're still getting DF clones. Still getting DF clones. Also, RimWorld's 1.2 update is like the biggest update they've had in a year, basically. Since the DLC came out. Hey, Tasty. Your name sounds like a band name, and I love it. Like, when you followed the stream the other day, I saw that and I was like, huh. Good shit. I like it. Tasty and the Cats. Next up on stage is Tasty and the Cats. Opening for Grand Rascal. Here at the Cobalt. Jack Nerick 2, the Mason, has been missing for a week? He fought with a buzzard like a couple days ago. The fuck happened? He was an adult. Eripterus. But I don't know. But no, I think that the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is going to do incredibly well. And as much as I get annoyed by RimWorld selling itself based off of it being inspired by Dwarf Fortress, I think that in the long run is actually going to help Dwarf Fortress a shit ton. Because a lot of people know about RimWorld. And RimWorld, also a pretty niche game, but it's a pretty niche game that's done very, very, very well for its creator. And that is kind of fucking cool. I think the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is going to sneak up on a lot of people. Don't like RimWorld or its dev? I don't mind RimWorld, and I don't mind its dev. He does a lot of things that bother me, but he's one of those people who there's some things he does that I don't like, but he generally makes up for it. But there are times where Tynan will do things where I just kind of look at it and squint and go, really? You have to do that? No, that's the problem, is RimWorld is all deadly tantrum spirals, but they're not fun deadly tantrum spirals. They're just annoying. But I don't want to just rant about RimWorld. If you want to support Toady, don't buy it on Steam. Buy it on itch. Because it's also going to be released on itch.io. Itch.io will be DRM free. And will... Yeah, losing is upsetting, exactly. And it will give them a higher percentage. Because itch.io, I think, takes 9. It's either 9 or 10%. Whereas Steam takes 30. So they'll get a higher percentage on itch. If you really want to help Tarn. But if you want to help Toady... even more so, don't buy the game at all and just fucking donate money. Support his Patreon. Because that actually goes further. It's just like Twitch kind of thing. Why not both? I mean, I'm probably going to buy a couple copies and gift them to people. And I know for a fact that there's a lot of people who are going to do that. Like, I've had a couple people in my chat say that they're going to buy 5 copies to gift to all their friends who have refused to play Dwarf Fortress over the years. I think that's also going to be a large portion of the sales. You know, I think that they would also do really well to do something similar to what Risk of Rain did, where you buy a copy and you get a free copy to gift to somebody. I don't know. I doubt they'll do that, but fuck, it would help. Yeah, I've never followed Tynan on Twitter. I don't know. I try not to idolize people unless they give me a reason to idolize them, and Tynan never really gave me a reason to idolize him. He made a very good game, though. I won't deny that. What if I buy it in a cache on a floppy disk? I would say I don't think DF is available for sale in cash on a floppy disk, and you probably bought it from somebody who was selling something they don't necessarily own. You bought a floppy disk from a random person that happened to have Dwarf Fortress on it. Anyway, missed him. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. What happened to Vin? Tapioca. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. No new information. What requests do you have of our merchants? Couple leathers. Pigtail cloth. Silks. Ask for some steel anvils. I don't think so. You could probably fit a Dwarf Fortress tile set on a floppy disk. It's been so long since I've thought about floppy disks. How much space did those things even have on them? Like not even a couple megabytes, right? Yeah, no, it wouldn't fit. You could fit a tile set on a floppy disk. Don't click that link. I mean, it's not a real link. It's gonna 404, so. We have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your great crafts dwarfship, which is legendary in these parts. They want maces, shields, powder, cheese, amulets, meat, windows, ammunition, seeds, splints, and cut gems. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. Yeah, you'd need a couple floppies. Imagine floppy disks. Goat. The no MP3 version? Is the no MP3 version smaller than 144 megabytes? Don't know. Yeah. Maybe like if it only had one tile set included. I mean, maybe you can compress it. I don't know. Never tried. I mean, how big is an install of DF? Let's find out. I've never actually looked at it. This current install that I'm playing on is 1.64 gigs. Couple hundred megs. I think about 400 megs. 400 megs. But that's because I keep generating worlds. I have like 20 gen worlds right now. Yeah. They will. Also, if you keep selling them the same things, they'll start giving you less money for them. I mean, yeah, Strife's demo fit on a floppy. I don't think the full game did, though. Just bringing out so much clothing. It's like falling apart. Ba-da-dum. Boom. Boom. Did I set it to peaceful? No. No, it's everything's just set to normal. It's just a small world. Wave depletion. I wouldn't set it to peaceful. You're just not gonna run into that many. I mean, there's a shit ton of large titans alive in this world. There's multiple rocks, multiple bronze colossi, multiple various other mega beasts, tons of forgotten beasts. We just have a very low population count, so we're not going to run into much of that stuff because they're attracted to wealth, right? And if you don't have a ton of dwarves, your wealth is just going to kind of be lower. So. Uh-huh. Morden. Clap. So yeah, no, it is highly likely we'll run into some sort of land titan. There was also like multiple breeding pairs of dragons alive, so oh, we could run into some interesting stuff. They're more like unknown beasts, you know? But they already have a name for it when it arrives, so. We're really good at remembering things on sight. We just forget about them when we don't see them. You know? Ba-da-da-da-dum-dum. I suddenly need to use the toilet. Phooey. Finish trading and go do that. How big is one square? God, how many meters is one? It's 1 by 1 meter, isn't it? One tile? But you can also have very large creatures that fit into small tiles because Dwarf Fortress. Found a hen and a duck. Ah, yes, right. Of course, every dwarf carries a bestiary in their pocket. Of mythical creatures that you may run into in the wilds. Be wary. All right, there we go. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-dum-bum-bum. All right, you can stop trading. You guys can just follow this dwarf. I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna go use the toilet real quick. Yes, we did move the tavern down into the pit. It's that room right beneath the dwarf right there. All right, I'll be back in a sec. God damn. Okay. Whew. Sorry. You know how, like, when you, just get something off your, out of your gut and then you feel like 3 pounds lighter? Whew. The unlocked Twitch emotes reset. What do you mean? Like emotes that you unlock with channel points? Also, hi, Pi. Yeah, the channel point unlocks last 24 hours. All right, I feel alive again. I feel alive again. That's interesting. They're watching a demonstration. Something that's like worth noting about guilds that I've noticed is by default guilds are locked to residents only. Or not residents only, guild members only. If you set them for long-term residents, you get a lot more of these leatherworking or displays, right? Like this was, who's actually leading it? Basthead is leading a leatherworking demonstration. I wonder if I can actually read the description of that. Darn! There is no specific information about this activity. Copy-paste just like the Wikipedia of how to leatherwork into here. Basically, pilot, yeah. Yeah, no, so if you unlock a channel or an emote with channel points, they will last for 24 hours. If you want to just unlock them, you gotta subscribe. That's how it works. Whew. Yeah, no, that's cool. Seeing them socializing and taking part in the leatherworking demonstration. Also, I think that it's time to give the dwarves a little bit of a break because it looks like all of the iron ore from that side of the map has been moved into here, so make sure that we can brew. Get them doing that, and just kind of let the dwarves hang out for a little bit. Let's see what kind of where they're socializing. Because the next thing we really got to get set up is once we get the rest of the iron ore, so we got to get the library down here. Hey, Axon, how we doing? About someone setting up a library in a way that random visiting people wouldn't steal books from it, but leave theirs. That's interesting. Are you okay? You have a great bedroom. I like that Baroons is just claimed. So shoutouts to Baroons, the animal trader. It's just fucking claimed the bedroom from my dead Baron. You fucking dwarf, you. Royalty dies. Well, no one's taking this anymore. Mine. That's funny. But how we doing today, Axel? I like that there's the popular place to socialize is in the craft store shop. Or the Craft Dwarfs Guild. I think I should put a food stockpile in here too. Why not? Might as well. That's interesting. Cool. All right, let's get rid of the other stones. Place a chair in the library, but the table next to the chair is outside. Community libraries are fascinating. They really are. We'll remove the dump from that. And now they're hauling all of the boulders from the other side. Thanks, Nervicious. A human bowman. It's interesting. The most visitors we get are humans. We mostly get human visitors. That's interesting. How are we? My apartment no longer smells like skunk, so that's rad. But how are we? I'd say we pretty good. Yeah, I'd say we're pretty good. Listen to some fucking rad music. Had some interesting conversations. We're halfway done cleaning up all of the iron ore out here. I'm just putting it into a stockpile. I'm just kind of done caring. And then we're going to go back to working our way through all of the mudstone. Totally tubular. No, I didn't adopt a skunk. So last night at about 10:30 at night, 10:45, 10:30, there was a bunch of kids playing outside. I think someone had a birthday party or something. I could hear some parents talk, or some adults talking as well. And then randomly out of nowhere, I hear this lady scream, "Ah! Skunk!" And I'm sitting in here with my air conditioning on and just chilling. And then suddenly it hits. Whole apartment just fills up with this skunky stench. I turned off my AC and pulled the thing out the window and closed it. I've seen skunks like around my apartment building before. But I've never had someone spray around my apartment before. And I got a headache within minutes. And it stuck around. So my apartment no longer smells like skunk. It still kind of smelled like skunk when I woke up this morning, but it's better now. Now that I have the fan on proper, blowing fresh air in from outside. Because I don't actually, most of the time when my AC's on, it's not actually running air conditioning. It can just suck air in from outside and blow air around, so it just circulates air most of the time. It's set that if my apartment goes above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, it will cool it down to 72 degrees Fahrenheit, or keep it in the 20s for those of you who use Celsius, like myself. So generally it's just set to fan. But man. Bob had heard I'd been talking shit and sent his sent their minions in to get me. Pretty much, Axon. It's kind of funny. I don't know. Like, it sort of sucked, but it was funny enough that I tweeted about it and am amused by it. So, like I was saying yesterday, skunks are kind of hilarious. You know, like they're literally an animal that doesn't have much of a sense of smell, that isn't afraid of anything, whose only natural predators are birds of prey that can't smell, and they don't really give a fuck, and they're almost completely blind, and their only defense is fart cannon. So they're kind of amazing. I don't know about you, but I think skunks are kind of amazingly hilarious. Yeah, it sucked when I had a headache, but it makes for great content today, so it's fine. I was down in Southern California for the summer when I was for a cousin's wedding. And after the wedding, we woke up with Skunk having sprayed the entire side of me. That's funny. I don't know what it was, but there was definitely a large gathering of parents and kids, so I assume it was some sort of get-together. I don't know. Maybe, yay, the kids are going to school now party. Who knows? But it definitely was an adult that screamed, ah, skunk. It was just kind of funny at the time because it was like right on the dot of like just, ah, skunk, followed by, oh God, skunk. Ponder pulley, still pondering the pulley. Suey grew up! We have a grown-up Suey. She's still playing make-believe. Congratulations, you're now an adult and we can put you to labor. What do you want to do with your life, Suey? She likes, selenite, electrum, bonfire, opal, strangler tooth, helmet, snake, bone, the color yellow, shields, backpacks, scepters. You just got an artifact door. Why don't I ever get artifact doors? She's accepting seeing Morden's dead body and mulling over the reoccurring memory. Changed her personal tendencies. That's impossible. I'm never going to say that again. It's on social distancing patrol. Kind of, yeah, Morden, right? Nervous wreck after being caught in the rain. Drops activity at the slightest sense of difficulty. Personally, would just as soon have nature and the outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. We're ahead of you there. We just need to burn things. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Views competition as wasteful and silly. Finds maintaining decorum to be a fumbling waste of time. Believes it is important to conceal emotions. Doesn't care about art. An active sense of humor. She's brave in the face of imminent danger. Alrighty, Suey. So you're going to have two main jobs. You're going to be in the military, but you're also going to be a crafts dwarf because you like scepters. Because we all know that we got lots of that to do. I mean, how to force people to social distance. Throw skunks at them. Like, we all know that that works, right? Just fire skunks at them, yes. Out of the skunk cannon. What, skunking people, Jamie? Or your dwarf needs a job? Oh yeah, you did also grow up. Yeah, you are correct. Although you're a weaver already. I think you were probably watching weaving demonstrations. Throw skunks at people? It's like Squirrel Girl, but significantly more effective. You like glass. You also like scepters. Are you brave? You're crippling. You suffer from crippling shyness. You're helpless in stressful situations. Ugh. She always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations. Quick to anger. Takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance. Lives a slow-going and leisurely pace. Presents herself modestly. Frowns on any flashy accoutrements. Is considered rude. And she tries to keep her things orderly. All right, well, we'll give you stone crafting. All of the healthcare. all of the hauling. Cleaning, lever, ops, road building, all that. Well, thanks for commenting on that, Jamie. I wouldn't have noticed for a minute. Yeah, we've already had 2 children become adults. That's actually kind of impressive. Seven dwarves and a human? Just, you know, just I love it when you look at a dwarf's history and it's like, oh, you know, they just went on a casual rampage 100 years ago. It's fine. Your dwarf ain't no slacker. I mean, your dwarf's already got training in how to weave. The Celeste soundtrack faulted. I'm very distressed as to what the fuck happened to Jack Nurick 2. He just went missing. I'm wondering if a boulder got dropped on his head or something. Or if he's just dead somewhere and they just haven't found him. Yeah, missing. We haven't actually found him yet. Also, I like this one. Wagon. Missing. I'd never changed Dwarf Fortress. But, like... That's interesting. $92. Hi. Yeah, it was just deconstructed one day and mysteriously vanished. It goes up to layer 6, but there's the top of the wall there, which we're working on. And goes down, and the kitchens are up here on the top of it, and then down here's the tavern. So not all of it, no. And we'll put visitor bedrooms down here at some point, but... The Armored Lantern? Good name. I think the Armored Portal would be a better name, but... Yeah, it's shaping up. It's slowly getting less messy, too. I want to build a 2 or 3 floor building over here with a basement and make each layer different gardens. So the middle layer, the upper layer will be like seed storage. The middle layer will be like above ground growing, and then the bottom layer, that's gonna be 1Z level underground, will be the mushroom growing. So that's kind of the next project I'm gonna do once we get rid of all of this iron ore. Then I can start constructing stuff again. Because fortunately, Dwarven morale is generally pretty happy.
This is the Skunk Mafia. We have Jack Nurick. Send 3 artifacts if you want to see them again, Crippier.
I guess I will send the artifacts over in momentarily. Skunk Mafia reporting for duty. It's much scarier than much smellier than the Trash Panda Mafia. Thank you very much, Fog, for the 35 months. Cheers, dude. Thank you so much for keeping that sub alive for so fucking long. Also, Fog, a certain frequency may be enlisting your skills again for a logo and YouTube thumbnail. Well, logo based on the original logo. But I hope you're doing well over there, Fog. It's like old friends being reunited, Fog and Pie. People still around. You know what? A little bit blast from the past for a second here, Fog and Pie. I recently looked up Channel 5 Gaming, and he's still making highlight videos of Planet Coaster. God damn. I'm actually kind of impressed that he's still at that. Right, Fog? Like, I would've... And, like, he's tried to branch out, but, like, he puts up videos of Planco, and it gets a 30-minute video of him looking at a roller coaster. 2,000 to 3,000 views. Video of him doing Let's Play of Marvel's Avengers. 250 views. It's like, wow. Man, guy's almost got 100,000 subs, so I guess he's doing aight. I mean, it's got its dedicated audience, you know? It's got its audience. I mean, he gets almost... Yeah, no, he's getting like 100,000 views a day on his YouTube channel. Or rather... No, he gets about 30 to 40,000 views a day. Sorry, I misread. Yeah. Which is like... 30-ish, $35 a day in ad revenue. Four years ago? Yeah. Time flieth. It flieth by. I mean, it's also longer than that for some of us, because a lot of us started playing that game in beta, which was a year before it officially released, pretty much. Which is conveniently your bubble. That's good. What were you at before? Was it more or less open previously? I can ask, Fuck. There's Euthyrus. Euthyrus is a very steady dwarf. Let there be peace throughout the world, he says. Very steady dwarf. Speaking of old school Planco people, Euthyrus. I wonder how his DF streams have been doing. I would have to agree with that, yeah. Fog's bathroom is one of the most impressive things I saw built in Planet Coaster. Like, Fog, what did you do? He made a vending machine, a toilet. Hang in there, Cooler. I mean, since being in hospital, I've spoke with 4 people in person. And I haven't seen 2 of those people since the 7th and 11th of July, respectively. And the other 2 people are my mom and dad. So, my social group is itty-bitty right now. Oh no. What kind of client? There's 83 people here. Okay. None of you are in my house, So when I say my direct social circle is very small, I mean people that I speak with in the same room. I know it's like this weird concept that a lot of people don't do in 2020, but like actually talking to another person in the same room. Here comes the bobbies. Oh, God. I don't know. We here don't actually have any... What's the word I'm looking for? Ultra strict isolation rules. We've never really had that. We've just kind of had a, please don't spend time in big groups of people smile. Although at the rate people have been going recently, we might have some very strict rules soon. Just bots from the Chinese government. Russians say it's the Chinese say it's the Americans say it's the Russians and the Chinese. People in India are like, the fuck's wrong with you weirdos? Besides, it's probably Russia. It's just, the world right now is just like that scene from The Matrix where everybody's pointing guns at each other. Either we all put the guns down or we all die right here, right now. Oh, that sucks. That sucks, Jelly. So I guess, like, you lost paid work is what you're saying. That sucks. I mean, I don't think I know 6 people that I hang out with. And none of them know each other, so that wouldn't be hard for me. You're at uni? Yeah, about that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I do not know. That's scary, Jamie. Like, I don't envy anybody who's in university right now. Well, then wouldn't you technically be, like, you're living together, so that's different than having a social gathering of 6 people, right? That's incredibly upsetting. They're stupid. Bigots fucking drive me nuts. Really? That sucks. What industry did you work in, if I can ask? Like, I'm so fucking fortunate that I work for myself. It's ridiculous. Hunting dog is going after a buzzard, I think. Yep. Third year's final for most things, right? I never went to university, so. Oh, God. Wow. Like, that's awful, dude. That's fucking awful. I mean, lots of people here have lost work. It sucks. It just sucks. That's all I can say. It just fucking sucks. Yeah, I agree with that. Trying to like figure out how to pronounce the last half of your name. It's like Horne Vijate? Probably can't, yeah. Is Dutch? Ah, yeah. It was, my brain was saying either Dutch or Finnish, one of the two. Vijat, yeah. Vat, yeah. Vat, yeah. Vat, yeah. I don't know. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up now. It's ironic is like, large portion of my family's Dutch. We're Dutch, Irish, and German, kind of primarily. Can't say any of that shit. Like I have a Dutch last name, but did not go well. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. There's a rooster fighting with a buzzard. Right? Yeah, I bought a chicken, didn't I? Spring has arrived. Hen and duck. Was born in France? I gotcha. I mean, you guys with your European passports and ability to just go from place to place. Everything's so close together. They're small countries. I've got such a different perspective on that shit being from Canada. Fog, you guys are special. Posted a screenshot in Discord? What do you mean by interesting? This nameless being was a donkey born in 134 of unknown parentage. In the early summer, the donkey... I don't know why that's funny, but it is funny. I will not deny that that is very amusing. This nameless being was a donkey. Born in 134 of unknown parentage. In the early summer of 136, the donkey married a donkey. Related historical figures. A donkey. Wife.
You fucking donkey!
Oh, God. A lot of people got fucked over with Brexit, weren't they? A lot of people. I know somebody who can no longer live in Prague and fly into the UK to work. He's from the UK originally, and he was living in Prague and flying into London every day for work. No, Cooler went batshit. Sorry, Cooler. I mean, naturally. That's how that works, right? Cooler, put the gun down. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen, like, just random livestock like that listed in Legends. Unless, like, it got a lot of kills somehow. This is the part where you die. This is the part where you look down the barrel of my gun and I pull the trigger. And you go, BLAT! Do you think that maybe they could be creatures that are disguising themselves as yaks? Or impersonating a yak, potentially? It's a lot of elves. Although, unfortunately, I don't really have much to trade with them. Bow, bow, no, no, bow, no, no. Because I haven't exactly... I mean, I guess I could sell them a bunch of pig leather leggings. Or gift them a bunch of pig leather leggings. Da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. Wolverine. God, I got so many freaking animals all of a sudden. They were in one of your fortresses? Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Ba-da-dum-bum. In which square? This square? This is the trading depot. So this is where we trade things. In this case, this is where I'm trading a bunch of pants for, I don't know, a bucket or something. How about a crutch? And a few splints. Elves make decent splints. They seem ecstatic with the trading. They get quality pence. On the map. The flashing icons in a square. Like, do you mean this? That's the trade depot, where trading happens. Yeah. So if I zoom out, I'll just give you an overview of the fortress, because I think you only just tuned in. But this fortress is suspended bridges in midair over top of a big pit. Down at the bottom of the pit is a lot of rocks, because digging out a big old pit will make a lot of rocks. Yeah, and it's just all the stuff that's sitting on the trade depot. Yeah. The goal for this fort is to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years in game time. We are currently on year 31, which means we are on year 26 of Le Fort. We started on year 5. I'm trying to do about 5 years of stream. Trying. Gonna be here for a bit. I did say Le Fort. Yes. Yeah, it's a few streams. And that's just basic ass math, but yes. And that's if I can do 5 years per stream. It's gonna take us a little bit, but that's okay. You know, like we're doing other things, and it's gonna be interesting to see how this fortress evolves, I guess. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. You know, like, I need to do interesting things for people to be interested in what I'm streaming, so. Every single one that has been that has been brought in has been named. Although you vanished. We don't know what happened to you, Jack Nerick. Your dwarf is missing. Speaking of dwarves, we just got a new dwarf. If anybody would like to mark their place in this fortress. First person to raise their hand in chat gets it. Yeah, no, totally, Jamie. Skunk Mafia. Lurk. Enjoy your lurks. Hey, Nervicious. I unfortunately saw Horny Unpronounceable first. Have you been dead long enough? You can totally get one. You just gotta be first come, first serve. The problem is like, you do have a bit of a delay, it seems. It's gonna be really hard to give everybody dwarves because I have it as a blocked term. Jamie, that's why. All right, so Horny is one of the first of his kind. Somebody that is 74 years old. He's a citizen of the Ignited Creation and a member of the Eternal Adventure of Time. His sideburns are clean shaven and his long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed and his medium length hair is neatly combed. His square chin is large and he has a square chin and his large cobalt eyes are close set. His ears have small lobes and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. His hair is ecru and his skin is sandy taupe. It's middle-aged for a dwarf. Audio, how you doing today, by the way? Good to see you. The legendary Dominion of enhancements, enchantments. What's weird about it? Found a very another odd situation involving an unnamed animal in your legends. What's the very odd unnamed situation involving an animal in your legends? Also, somebody just followed me who is the name of the best game ever made. So, cheers. He personally views loyalty unfavorably. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Doesn't care about fairness, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Does not find most jokes humorous, is bashful, very slow to anger, and is stingy with resources when working on projects. Refuses to expend any extra effort, and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation. I think the only appropriate thing to say here is cheers, Jamie. I'm out of coffee. Thank you very much for that, Prime. Enjoy the ad-free viewing of the stupid skulls and the dwarfs and the beers and the other things and the laser and the... Thanks for hanging out. Cheers, friend. He is quite polite, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He occasionally overindulges, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He takes He likes a little excitement now and again, and often feels discouraged. He's quite ambitious and lives a fast-paced life. Tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind a little crappy weather. Welcome to the fortress, Horny. You have no gods and no family. It's such a young world. We get any other dwarves? Nope, just that. So we do actually have space. The hard cap for this fortress, population-wise, is 45, which means we can have a bunch of kids. We probably will get some. That's the first of your name? Hopefully not, yeah. Although kids do have a tendency of going insane. Oh, hey, Cooler has come to a little bit. All right, Cooler, you know what? We're going to take you off of hauling and give you weaving. As long as he doesn't date any elves. What about spider people? Part of me is kind of happy that there's no interspecies relationships in this game. part of me is kind of sad that there's no interspecies relationships in this game. Within fighting in sieges? That's funny. Actually. How's Dr. Axe? Dr. Axe is pretty alright. Sui is probably going to end up being your replacement eventually. As you are 108 years old. Still married to Lump. You have 8 children. Stone 2, Cheers Jamie. Scrumpet. Peter, R.I.P. Packers, R.I.P. Goats, R.I.P. Hot Cup of Tea, R.I.P. And Wave Thrash. Sorry. Your dream of mastering a skill and the skill is realized? Is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Yeah, you have 3 lovers. One of them's dead. And a husband. It's got to just be an open relationship. You have 2 side pieces, actually. Axon. Meanwhile, Lump over here is just married. Doesn't even know any of your lovers. I don't think your hubby knows. What are tickets? I mean, what are anythings? They're nothing. They're imaginary figments of your imagination that you earn over time while watching the stream and can spend on investments, which is just a little game to earn more tickets so that you can brag to people about how many tickets you have. Yeah, they're fake internet points. They're completely useless. Don't worry about them. They got nothing to do with anything. It's all good. By watching the stream is how you get more, and investing with a chance to win more. But it's stacked against you, so good luck. Great Padinsky's made a masterpiece iron bookcase. I like it. I like it. I like it, I like it, I like it. Thank you very much. The iron is finally starting to thin out a little bit. And then some people have just been here for a long time, like Cooler. God, you're about to hit 6,000 hours. Some people have watched this stream a little bit, you know? 6,000 hours is a university degree? Not all. One of my favorite things is, in the time that I've been streaming, I know that one of my viewers has graduated high school and become a heart surgeon in the time that I've been streaming. And they've been watching me on and off. That's what you used to tell a resident Warcraft junkie. Fair, yep. What do you mean slowly catching up on Warframe? Oh, your Blind IRL stream watching hours are slowly catching up on your Warframe hours? Feels old, right? God damn, it really puts that in perspective. At that point. Sounds like you guys were mean to your resident Warcraft junkie. Everybody has hobbies. But who knows, right? How many hours do you have in Warframe, Cooler? I want to say it was like 6,000 or 7,000, right? That is true, yes. 8,200 plus. I don't think I'm going to catch Warframe, but not bad. Unless like you start watching me all the time and only playing Warframe when there's new content. Yeah, resurrected limbs can have names. I had a named Neck. There was a named Neck that was crawling down into my fortress in the community a couple weeks ago. We were getting assaulted by a Neck. Yeah, and Hobo went through and finished culinary school. Audio. Actually, I want to say when Hobo first started watching me, he was like just starting culinary school. Dwarf Fortress pilot. The knife-wise incident. Sounds so looming. We're placing bookcases in here. Because this is going to be our library. So I have a community world, which I call my community world. It's a save file that is pinned on my Discord. Who's running around bad shit? Is that cooler? Yeah, that's cooler. Anyway, your siblings dying was like a bit much for you, I think, cooler. Anyway, it's basically a public save file where anybody can download it and mess about in it. And the whole goal is to just figure out as much about the world as possible. There's a lot of very long posts on my Discord about that world. I play on it 1 day a week. I'm currently on my second fortress in that world, and I made a couple lore videos about it. There's a playlist on my YouTube channel for it. That's what it is. So the idea is basically just like collaborative lore searching. Bum 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 bum. Let's see, what else do you have here? I'm reading through Discord notifications. The nameless being was a yak bull born in the year 129 of unknown parentage. In the early spring of 133, the yak bull settled in glisten dances. In the mid-spring of 133, the yak bull fought in the attack of the craziness in glitter descent. In the mid-spring of 133, the yak bull clashed with humans in glitter descent and struck down a human in glitter descent. I don't think I've ever seen like just nameless being, a yak bull, in Legends before. That's interesting. You found the best one? Oh no. You re-embark to an area with a river in it, and as soon as the words arrive, you're instantly down in the river. Yeah. Like that one fort where I unpaused and a dwarf was dead in a couple of seconds because he ran straight up north off the screen and got eaten by an alligator. Like dragged into the water and eaten by an alligator. Where everyone drowns. Yep. I don't think I've ever actually had that happen. I did have like a large chunk of a fort melt once, and like half my population drowned out on the ocean. Fortunately, only half of them died. Builds the fort's character. Certainly makes it memorable and short. I don't think I've ever actually had that happen on stream though, like just spawn and everybody immediately died. There was a screenshot actually where somebody's wagon spawned in a volcano, which was kind of funny. But one of the dwarves lived long enough in the lava that they were able to discover the Great Magma Sea before they died. Enslaved floor for elves. Yeah, I see that wording sometimes in combat logs, and they always seem weird to me. Oh no. So some of you out there I know watch Mandalore Gaming. Just posted on Patreon that he's working on a review, right? But the video might get delayed due to fire. Oh my god. That's scary, actually. That's kind of really scary. After he was killed and made into a mask for the... Yeah, right? What state is he in? I actually don't know. Does anybody know where Mandalore Gaming's from? Because I actually don't off the top of my head. Longdeath is alright. A dwarf mysteriously disappeared this year. I'm still not sure where he went. You know, actually, let's do this. I'm gonna make a statue and a slab and engrave an image of him on the slab, because I would like to know what the heck happened to Jack Nurick too. So he'll get a statue and a slab instead of a coffin. Oh, also, something that we discovered at the end of yesterday is we actually have silver and lead ore down here, Galena, which is lovely. So very, very, very happy. How are things going? Things are pretty good. Caveman Crafting, welcome to the streams. Hi, hello. Did you change your name? Because I don't recognize your name. Oh, you've been here before. Yeah. Well, if I can ask, what was your name before, Caveman? Great minds? Yeah, kinda. Ah, okay. I know who you are then. I remember that name. Oh, welcome back. It's good to see you. I remember Wembassi. I certainly remember that one. Do, 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 do. Might need to cancel the alcohol production because we do have 2,590 alcohol. Good amount of alcohol. So let's pause that for a little bit. Because Axon's just been making alcohol for ages. You want to consume Kingsnake and Prickleberry wine. Well, Prickleberry wine, no problem. We got tons of that shit. Kingsnake? That's oddly specific. Speaking of, what are we eating and drinking? There's split beer, barley wine, quinoa beer, white mullet beer, prickleberry wine, apricot wine, plum wine, and dwarven wine. And for pat meals, we have pecan biscuits, pecan stew, almond biscuits, various different meat roasts, tallow roasts, a lot of pig tallow roasts, goose egg roasts, peahen egg roasts, buffalo cheese roasts, muskmelon roast, onion roast, pecans roast, lots of pecan roast, apricot roast, and plum roast. Bum, ba-da-da-da-dum-bum. It's almost time for me to go get food. It's almost lunch. Yeah, no, that sucks, hearing people having to... Hearing that people have to, you know, go out of their way to... My phone bill is $10 more expensive this month. What the fuck? Why is my phone bill $10 more expensive? Kia has returned to a wild state. Well, I need to set it on fire anyway, so... The hell? Virgin Mobile? Those needy bastards. But, yeah, no, we better do lead goblets, because I don't really want to do lead... Well, I guess we could do lead figurines and just fucking sell them. Or lead statues or something. I don't know. I haven't started smelting any of the lead yet. Haven't really thought about what I'm going to do with it, because I only just kind of found it. The world has gone to shit. I think the world's gone to shit a while ago. We only just started to notice. Nothing, because Dwarf Fortress doesn't track lead poisoning. I mean, it's heavy, so... But it's not particularly dense, so it's not exactly the best to, like, smack somebody over the head with. Yeah, exactly. You know, I always love to remind people that... Or just say this out loud, not even necessarily remind people, because I'm sure people are well aware of it. The last, like, 50 years are the safest the world has ever been. The least people are dying. The least people are getting murdered out in the streets. The least random genocides are happening. The least rebellions are happening. The least random bands of raiders are going around raping and pillaging people. We are the safest it's ever been. The difference is it's easier to communicate with everybody. So we're immediately plugged into every single, even remotely slightly bad thing that happens anywhere in the planet at any given time immediately. Thus making it painfully obvious when scary shit happens. Giving the world the appearance of being more dangerous than it's ever been. When in reality, that's kind of not the case. I think we'll do that upper area there as stockpiles. No, you're completely correct. Wave depletion. So, like, mentally, the world seems terrifying. But it's not actually the case. The problem is we just aren't mentally prepared to deal with the level of awareness of trauma that's going on in the world, if that makes any sense. We're in year 31, so this fort is... Why is math hard? We started in year 5. This is going to be my farm building. But yeah, the goal is to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in game time. So it's going to be a very old fort at some point. Yes, math is hard. Apparently my brain's just deciding not to work. I think my blood sugar is a little out of whack, so thinking is difficult. That or I'm just an idiot. The jury's still out on that one. Yeah, no, still doesn't change the fact that the world is safer than it's literally ever been. Oh shit, seeds aren't supposed to be in here. Yeah, this building right here is going to become our food storage and food growing room. Means we're gonna have to muddy up some floors. It also doesn't help, but there's a lot of stuff going on in the background of today's stream that I can't really talk about. But and I could, but it would ruin surprises. But yeah, we've already seen some interesting things happening in the world. Wow, they weren't joking when they said the world is same as ever. Literally nothing changed this year. But we've already seen, like, goblins spreading, dwarves settling in new forts, human settlements popping up. Been kind of neat. People are saying year 100 we'll see our first necromancer tower. It's kind of neat seeing the world be built and generated, I guess, in real time instead of just, like, in the super speed that is world gen. Each room as needed. Well, this is the 10th stream of this fort. Each streams are about 5-6 hours. I'm gonna say at least an hour. Although, we'll find out whether or not it's gonna take longer for me to get rid of all these stones versus, like, digging out this whole space. Because the actual pit itself isn't just this. It's all of this. So this is the ground layer. We dug out that whole level, 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 and that one. Any tips for beginners? Watch a lot of Dwarf Fortress, read the wiki, ask a lot of questions. What objective should you go for? Not dying. Keeping dwarves happy. You can do that, caveman. That's a thing in the game. No, I'm not trying to dismiss problems. Jack Nerick, trust me, I'm not trying to dismiss problems when I say I completely agree with you. It shouldn't be used to dismiss problems. But it's still an undeniable fact. Yeah, it is a feature in the video game. Hey, man. Yep, you hit C, and then you select the place you want to raid, and then you hit R, raid this site, and then select a squad, and they go raid it. And can kill things and bring loot back and stuff. I'm not going to do it because I don't want to attack anybody and start a war, but yeah. It's been a thing for a couple of years. That's a joke. That's the funniest one I've heard all day. Jamie, you got more? Well, you learn something new every day, right? Just remember, chat, politics are fine in the channel as long as everybody's civil about them. As long as everybody's being civil, we all good. Just be civil. Why? That's like putting your other dwarves up for a firing squad. Okay, man. Because they gotta feed, and they will. Yep, this will be farms. Boom, boom. Hey, CCX. How's things? The traveling merchant surfer? I guess. I don't know. It's very different from the way I play. Saw a panicky buzzard. You're being civil. I haven't killed anybody yet. That's civil, right? I only stabbed that one elf in the head with my sword. But he's still breathing. It's fine.
This is madness! Madness. This is stone hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. Oh yeah, you're right. It's 9/9. It is Cherno Day, isn't it? Hi, Hobo. I need a better. Hobo, I need the mic stand you have so that like whenever I bump this shit, it doesn't make a fuck ton of noise. Hi, how you doing? Good to see you. Hi, Pablo Brookins. Don't the dwarves get pissed being out in the open air so much? Nope. They get pissed when they go underground for a whole bunch and then go out into the open air. They don't actually mind being out in the open air. They only grumble mildly at crappy weather. And that's true. It's only mild. So just try not to keep them out all the time when it's raining, like right now. No, you're confusing dwarves with gnomes. Gnomes are the ones that get pissy if they're outside at all. Dwarves just kind of get pissy if they're underground for a whole lot, forget what the sun looks like, and then have to go back out into the sunshine. Yeah, it's really funny. A lot of people get really mad at their dwarves for, oh, you can't handle a little bit of rain, but then they realize like how different time moves in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, oh yeah, no, I mean, if you lived outside and slept in a ditch for a year and a half, you'd be pretty pissed too. You killed an iguana gearing up for D&D. What? Why would you make an iguana wear a kilt? Iguanas don't need to wear human clothing. I'm just getting mental images of iguanas wearing kilts. Would get oodles of Hobo, you're talking weird today. It would get oodles of karma on Raw. I have no idea what that means. Like, genuinely, I have no idea what you're saying. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about, like, WWE Raw. Like, what? But a dead iguana, probably not. A dead iguana would probably get you banned from Awe. I've always thought, I've had many posts that I've put up on /r that I thought would do well that, like, apparently my cat's not cute, so, eh.
What's Gordon Ramsay's favorite subreddit? It's Fucking Raw.
Fucking Raw! That dwarf's taking a long way around that wall. Thanks for the $1, Hobo. Cheers, man. Also, now you have 1666 cheered. Excellent. I think he killed an iguana, is what he did. But he was typing it funnily, so I was commenting on the fact that he typed it in funnily. What did the iguana do that it deserved to be killed? Hobo, but before you go off for D&D, last night at about 10:45 at night, I was doing my thing, kind of getting ready for bed, and then out of frickin' nowhere, I hear, "Ah, skunk!" outside, because there was quite a lot of people outside doing something. I don't know, but I could hear parents and kids talking, and kids screaming and being annoying, as kids do. And then a couple minutes later, it hit me. The smell of skunk, and my whole apartment filled up with it. So I didn't sleep great last night because my apartment smelled like skunk for the majority of yesterday. Luckily, the smell's mostly gone now. Ugh. It's, I'm very proud of my neighbors. That's all I'll say. I mean, yeah, obviously, you have to defend your hipsterism and stop them from eating your avocados, right? I mean, if something ate my avocados, I'd probably kill it too. I have forest fire smoke sometimes. Like, we had it for a couple of days. It's gotten a bit better, though. Our air quality's back up. It's not as bad as you probably have it down there. But there was a good, like, few days where it was upsettingly terrible. We had, like, ash falling from the sky and shit. Wasn't nearly as bad as, I think, 2017. 2017 was the year that we got, like, all of the fire because BC was on fire and so was California. No. Are the rotten mayonnaise fruit? Okay. More for me. I love avocados. The difference between avocado and mayonnaise is I like avocado. Hobo, you can't talk. You don't like mushrooms. Okay, maybe you can't. But, like, you don't like mushrooms, man. Speaking of avocados, I'm going to go get my sandwich for lunch, which has avocado on it. Well, I mean, read your username. Sorry, that's almost mean. I feel bad. It's right there, man. It's right there. You just don't like chewing them? Yeah, it's fair. I love the texture of mushrooms. They're so tasty. Anyway, I'm gonna go get my lunch because it's 1:15. So it's gonna take me a minute. Gotta prick my fingers, do an injection. I'll let you guys follow Stone 2. Why not? He's the first dwarf I selected. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Can I please get a big round of beers in chat? You guys are all fantastic. Love your faces. Be back in a moment. If you want to follow an absolute unit in DF, hit V, select the unit you wish to follow, like in this case, this very good hunting dog, and then press F. You're welcome. BRB. All right. I return with sandwich. And thanks everybody for throwing channel points at the thing. I mean, they probably made the slab, but I certainly forgot to check. Since I have nothing to sell, I do a bunch of prepared food barrels and just give them to them. All right, so I'll put the statue in there. Wait, did you just make a statue of a random bull? Why is there so much wildlife in your legends? Like, what the fuck is going on? Because that's bizarre, man. Back two of that one. Finishing my mouthful. Greetings once again from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Same as previous years. Silk, leather, and metal bars. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And here's what they wish to purchase from us. Maces, spears, amulets, crutches, anvils, headwear, shields and bucklers, meat, sheet, bracelets, and backpacks and rings. I have no idea what you're asking, caveman. Any tips/ideas around burrows? I don't know. What do you mean? I mean, that's all I really use them for, too. Yeah, same clutch. Sounds like we're all using burrows for the same things. I need some more coffee. The autumn festival use. I mean, I usually have two burrows in every fort. One which is stop doing work. And and just go hang out and socialize, and then one that's just fucking hide from shit. That's generally all I do. So I have my runaway and hide one, and then my stop working one. But in this fort, I'm not using either of those. I don't even have a burrow set up in this fort currently. Those are more for people who like power game min-max DF, which I don't do. I'm like the opposite of that. There are exactly 100 unnamed things in your world that are classified as historical creatures. I always have a few unnamed things, but I never really think to look at them. Nope. Not since the first few streams. The first, like, 3 to 4 streams, once or so a year, there would be a vile force of darkness that would arrive. And it would always be a bunch of goblins that were kind of a mix of recruits and hunters and child snatchers. And they'd almost all run away immediately. They'd spawn in, they'd see all my dwarves, and they'd take 1 or 2 steps into the area and then immediately turn around and book it. And I haven't seen them since. It's been a while since we've had any sieges. I do have quite an effective wall set up, though, so, like, if we do actually get sieged, I can pretty effectively block everything out. Is that just an FPS thing? It's a mechanical thing, too. I mean, it depends on what I'm trying to do. You'll be the first werebeast? I don't even think there's any werebeasts in this world yet. It's too young. The 250? I mean, that will fuck your frame rate. Kind of the recommended limit is about 200. This fortress is set to 32, but that's because I want it to run as fast as possible. 250 is like a bit much. I don't know. I generally have it set to about 150. That's just because I find 250 to be a bit too big. This particular fort is unique for me, though. I don't usually keep it this small. Usually what I'll do is, like, the first year or so, I'll keep it around 30 and kind of use that as, like, a building year, and then crank it up after that. And just kind of let the population go hog wild. Because I think that the rate at which they give you dwarves is a bit excessive. Oh, hey, Jack Nurick is haunting the fortress. So he is officially dead now. All right, well, I should be able to memorialize him. Yeah, exactly. Like, I personally think that by default, the game grows too quickly. And that's fine. It's not that big of a deal, but I wish it would take about a year or two to kind of get to like 100 dwarves. But like, if you're playing effectively, you can have 100 dwarves in like a year, basically. But 250, you better have a pretty beastly PC, or you're gonna have a hard time running that. At least that's how I read that. Like 250 dwarves is a lot of dwarves. All right, let's see. What the fuck happened? If we even can. Right, so Jack Nurick. This is a finely crafted, nice memorial to Jack Nurick 2. It reads, the memory of Jack Nurick 2 went missing in the year 30. I think we'd have to look in Legends. Oh, that's an image of Cassie. Wanted to make an image of Jack Narek. Did I not make us? I swear I. We make it. Yeah, it went missing. It means we don't know what happened, which was kind of my worry. I don't have any bridges that are going up and down. So, I mean, maybe, but, like, this is literally the only drawbridge crusher, and it hasn't been used in, like, 3 years in game. So, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. I didn't see you go missing. I have no idea what happened to your character. Nope, because then we would have found a body completely drained of blood. As somebody who's a vampire connoisseur at caveman crafting, you should know this. You get noticed by the goblins guaranteed when you hit 80 dwarves, and they'll start sieging you. Went out one day for socks. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's possible that, like, some sort of wild animal just, like, ate you. I don't know. It's just weird. Although, that being said, one of my unicorns randomly went missing, which is a little strange. You know, let's also put gems in this stockpile. So yeah, no, I don't know. It's very strange to me. Does a year take in game? How good's your frame rate? I actually don't know. I know a day is 30 seconds. There's 30 days in a month. So, kind of math it out. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's like it depends on your frame rate. Like even this fort's getting some hitches. Like all of the jobs to get everything hauled is causing some hitching. Like it's not bad hitching, but we'll give that as a gift, and I'll buy these bars with the rest of it. Don't need that. Do need that. But yeah, no, it really just kind of comes down to how good is your frame rate. Like if you're running at 50 FPS and never pausing, pretty quick you can power through the hours. And getting no hitching, but... You've never looked at the art section? That's kind of neat, actually. You know, I kind of would really like to know what the heck happened to that dwarf. I think one of those Mark's dwarves just went after a buzzard. Luckily, nothing seems to have gone splat, so. Pesky buzzards, man. Only a little bit of that ore is left. It's just this pink stuff up here that's left that still needs to be hauled. We're almost done with hauling all the iron ore out, which is kind of awesome. Look at that like massive patch that no longer has boulders in it. That's kind of cool. We're getting there. Not only things you've seen in game. That is kind of useless, yeah. I'm actually kind of curious. How are we doing? Down to 7,000 stones. Granted, it's not counting all the forbidden ones. But 4,577 mudstone. 30, a bunch of stones that they've brought. Nice. 6,254. That's not good that your monitor died, but welcome. What? Oh. Bunch of dwarves decided to do the dumb and get startled by a bird. What is happening? A bunch of livestock from the traders just went splat down here and died. Some of them appear to be trying to leave. But there was a horse and a yak that were found dead, and a water buffalo. And there's now 2 dwarves kind of hanging over the edge, and I'm seeing if we can quickly run up there and, you know, fix these. How many buzzards are on the fucking map? It's only 4 buzzards. Free food? No, they're mangled. They don't butcher mangled corpses. They jumped off. They got knocked off. There they go. Well, we're not at war with my, none of the dwarves appear to have died. Hang in there, guys. Although there is still this one Mark's dwarf that's, like, hanging onto the outside of his pillars. So I'm trying to, like, build around him so that maybe he can, like, climb in. Yeah, maybe I need to build some railings along this area. There you go. I mean, that was a little excessive. You didn't need to climb up there, but you should have a way down. There you go. Yeah, I think we need to widen this pathway a little bit. What do you guys think? Do you have somebody assigned to count your stuff? Because if you, you hit Z, and then you go to the stock screen, but you need to have a bookkeeper assigned, and assigned to a table. And then you hit S, and then by default it's set to lowest precision, set to all counts accurate, and then they'll go count what's in your stockpile and tell you in that screen. Otherwise, you won't see everything in that screen. The game will hide information from you. Especially when they dodge right off the edge. Lowercase z, not uppercase z, but yes. I'm just gonna make this particular pathway a little wider. Okay, well, they're just kind of working their ways out slowly. That's good. That poor horse, man. Yeah, they are. That would be bad if, like, suddenly my... If the ignited creations suddenly went to war with us, that would be really, really bad. Oh. That dwarf is hunting. Completely unprompted.
I am a goner.
Yeah, that is true. You are a goner. Maybe vertical bars? Actually, I could make iron vertical bars. Actually, what's the can never actually remember how to build those because I almost never build them. Floor stairs, track, machine components, restrain, animal tramps, target. Is anyone gonna clean that horse? I hope so. It's fine, it's just part of the environment now. B, that's it. I mean, I have a use for lead all of a sudden. I kind of like the idea of putting iron bars. Thanks for the idea. It's a good one. What, the horse might get better? Yeah, I mean, maybe its wounds will close up and the blood will all crawl back in eventually. Because that's totally how death works, right? What year is it? The year 31? Yes, late autumn, year 31. Also, that's a meme? You need to take him to the death vet to get a certificate. A certificate of death, you say? I mean, dwarves don't have veterinary assistants. Because, animals get injured and then never heal. It's this kind of, like, absurd thing to me. Like, I kind of wish that animals, like, maybe animal tenders or something could, like, magically heal animals or something. Because it bothers me when I have, like, an injured cat that just runs around blinking for all eternity. It's like, oh, what's it doing? Oh, dying. Wishing it was dead. Yeah, I know. DF hack required. Yeah, we have literally everything we need. We just need Tarn to do it. B, H, container, enter, select Z coffer. Bow, bow, bow. Dwarf is telling a story. I wonder what story you're telling, DeBerries. To, like, just one person. In the mid-autumn of year 6, the dwarf Hops became the militia commander of the Eternal Adventure of Time and was crushed in a cave-in during the excavations of the Great Pit. Must be telling Mistum, who's listening to the story, yeah. The Outpost Liaison is listening to DeBerries tell the story of how Hops was our great military commander before going splat. I think his blood is still on the wall, actually. Yup. They never did clean it up. And apparently Cassie's blood. Yes, in theory. They might have been moved, but yes. Slippery. I mean, I've certainly seen the same corpses from corpse piles on the same maps. There they go. They're cleaning up that horse. A KV Armada. An undead KV Boar Armada. Good luck. I mean, you could probably just do that in adventure mode. I don't think you necessarily, you know, need to collect them anywhere else. Is getting enough KVs? Like, mod your raws to have more KVs. It'll make things much easier.
To the canyons open wide, hear the song of gentle morning.
I mean, you could breed them in fortress mode, a whole bunch, like just lock them in to a room and then go get them. You could probably do that, yeah. I'm actually, like, starting to see the other side of all this shit, and it's making me kind of excited. I mean, you could just kill them. If you're showing up in adventure mode, you could just, like, hit them in the head with a blunt object. I'm sure that would kill them.
And the canyons open wide, singing songs of gentle morning for his lost and lonesome bride, for his lost and lonesome bride.
All right. All of those bars are coming up. So do I put railings all the way around this upper thing? Or should I just put railings on this area where traders are going to be? What do you guys think? I'm kind of in two minds. I'm not sure. Think around the heavy traffic area. Yeah, maybe also over here. This area. Because this, like, is where my dwarves are going up and down the most. I almost never make iron bars, so I forget that they exist. In this stream, I mean, we do have, what, 74 people watching? And I'm sure at least 60 of them are actually paying attention. I mean, we haven't really done a lurker call in a while. If you're lurking in the channel and just kind of listening to what we're saying, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. I mean, we haven't actually had any dwarves plummet to their death, but we did have a bunch of livestock a minute ago, and we'd like to prevent that from happening, ideally. As 20 of the people watching, what, you're taking up for 20 people? You have the stream up on 20 computers? That's impressive dedication. Or 20 different virtual machines. Yes, there was a baby that went splat, but that was like 15 years ago. Come on. That doesn't count. Was it? Actually, I can't remember how long ago it was. I mean, the baby got chucked over the edge and a rock went splat. And baby went bye-bye. And it was one of the more disturbing combat logs I've ever read. How do you build a wall? B, capital C, W, and then design size and shape with UMKH. Press enter, select material, press enter. Until you're done selecting material, and then press enter again, and then they go. Get rid of it with Q and then X. They can't build diagonally, just a heads up. Oh shit, we do get to butcher one of the animals. Elect an orange is what you were gonna say? Elect a man with a bad spray tan is how you build a wall. Make Mexico pay for it. To be fair, have you guys even built the wall? Because I haven't. I've literally paid no attention to that shit. Because, like, last I checked, like, literally nothing happened. Like, we're gonna build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. Like, literally nothing's... Mexican didn't... Of course they fucking didn't. Some of it was a pyramid scheme. You know, I think you just described politics. Some of it was a pyramid scheme. You think? I guess that's what happens when you put a failed businessman in charge of a country. Continues to be a shitty business person. I've been, like, weirdly political the past few days on the stream. Hopefully nobody minds. I mean, yeah, we probably could build a wall out of Goblinite. Supposedly, eh? I mean, like I said, I haven't followed any of that shit at all, so. That is kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. I'm, like, actually amazed. This area is suddenly starting to look kind of clear. Holy shit. I can't wait to watch, like, the 5th and 6th documentaries that are made out of this. Cassie. Into an iron net to catch more goblins. Covered in iron spikes and copper spikes to catch more goblins. And then just weld the goblin corpses into the mess and call it Mad Max. Or Mad Urist, whatever you wish. If you could just weld goblin corpses into the wall. That's kind of one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to some of the other villains stuff that they want to add, allowing the players to be villains. Because, like, you know, in Legends it says, like, the corpses were added to a gruesome pile and stuff like that. I'm not saying I want to crucify my enemies, but I do want to put their heads on stakes, you know? That is an acceptable thing to admit. Slippery. Can make blocks out of their bones. Not out of their bones. I'm so happy we're almost done hauling all this iron. All right, we should just make this into the library now. Can I even make this big enough? Kind of wish we could just make zones bigger. Make things so much easier. The simple library. And go down to this one. Cooler. Since I've seen you staying in the simple library all the time, we're going to allow you to be a scholar. I mean, you can already make skull totems, but that's kind of not the same thing. They're just sad people in unfortunate soundtracks. Unfortunate soundtracks. In unfortunate situations. It's the Pyre soundtrack. Sorry, my brain went in 2 directions at once and it gurgled my sentence. It's okay, he can be depressed like the rest of my scholars. Although he's already feeling wonder reading, so maybe it'll help. Ponder the flask. Cooler is pondering the flask. But I need the winter to end so that I can bring all of the water down. So I can mud up that lower floor in there. The concept of the flask, yeah. That was fast. Cooler has become a student of the Scholar Rhinestone. I've actually had this happening a lot. I guess it's because we must have some pretty great... we must have some pretty great scholars in this fort. Something that I'd love to see happen, actually, would be kind of like an extension on the mechanic for guild halls. But if you could have, like, a university, if that makes sense, and or a college or something. So if you were to have, like, let's just say a brilliant historian or scholar, they could petition to become a professor or a master or a teacher, and then people could come from far and wide and they could spread knowledge. That could be really interesting. And Cena Shovelbrews still wants to reside in Longdeath. Yeah, Students Guild. It's sort of like that. Yeah, exactly. Anatomical studies, man. It's a good thing we're making Cooler into a student. He's kind of dejected. He's having a hard time here, but the books are all being brought in. All of our books in the library were written by our dwarves, and currently there's 15, but they got a bunch more to move down. Pretty much, yeah. And then above it is the Craftsdwarf Guild. You know, let's actually put an extension on this building. I don't know what I'm going to do with this outside area out here, but I'm kind of putting a couple more walls on the outside of this. Maybe I'll put some offices out here or something. Or a couple Craftsdwarf shops. I don't know. Paper storage, maybe. So his name's Muscle Shovelbrews? Huh. Well, it's a lady, and she comes by every year and asks to... Our hunter is hunting. And asks every year to become a permanent resident, and every year we say, "Nya." Because I don't want to have to make human clothing. That's literally the only reason. I could totally take her with no problems, but... Also, just thank you to everybody who's following the stream today. We've had a couple unfollows, but also a bunch of new people have followed the stream. So, if you're new, cheers. It's good to have you. I don't have a notification for followers, but I do see them, so thank you. And if you have any questions about things that are happening, I can do my best to answer them. And if I can't answer them, someone in chat probably can. Come more books. Well, it's mostly choirs, actually. Oh, hey, I can bind a bunch of books, actually. We should do that. But also make more choirs. Because I got a bunch of stuff that needs to be. I'm sure I could, what? I could beat her up, is what you're saying? Cooler, no please. How many apprentices? So Vin was one of Rhinestone's apprentices, and the other one was Cooler. Or the other one is Cooler, rather. And then Squawk, who's become Haggard. Take you off of hauling. I think it's time to start making all those pots again. Lump apprentice to anyone? No, because you're a scribe. So you're not actually a scholar, you're just copying books. You're a typewriter, basically. There's no interspecies marriages, so I don't think so. They're vicious. Yeah, you're a scribe, not a scholar. So you're usually you know how to write instead of read. Wait, no, you know how to write instead of think. There you go. You're not a very good thinker or teacher or student. You're just a good I kind of wish that like a human could like impersonate. Ooh, Pablo has become a peasant. I kind of wish that the human could impersonate a. So is Scrumpet, apparently. You like green diamond, rope reed paper, color vermilion, dream of crafting a masterwork someday, frequently obsessed. You like diamond, likes consuming peach, perch, and ratweed, potato wine. Hey, barons. Pigs and helms and earrings. You know, I think we're just going to give you stone crafting, and we'll see what you end up doing. And Pablo, you hate the sunshine. You like copper, green jade, guava wood, pond grabber leather, narwhal tooth, cotton fabric, color scarlet, and leggings. You seem like a clothes maker. Also put you on weaving and stone crafting. Give you hauling. And best of luck, Dwarf. Making a capital H with gold ink and dragons and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Your typography, I think, is the name of that. Yeah, no, I'm kind of just waiting for all of this ice up here to melt. Made a large, nice pot. Who doesn't want to make a large, nice pot? Wonder if they've brought all the books down. 35 books. There we go. Getting a little closer to where we need it to be. And Cooler's reading a copy of A Humble Offering to Pulleys. He's getting good moods out of it. Feels a lot of wonder. Contemptuous after getting into an argument. You want to pray as well. Phew. We are not at war with our home faction, even though fucking bunch of livestock fell off a cliff. Or fell into the fort and died. So. We should be able to work on a bunch of vertical bars. So hopefully we won't have problems with those stupid vultures causing wars. The thing was, like, the turkey vultures were initially, in the first year that they came to trade up here, actually dive-bombed them and made them cancel and leave. But they didn't have problems for a very long time because I put a roof on this area. This area is, like, covered, which is why it's brown. It's because the snow's not landing on it because there's a roof above it. So we didn't have problems with them for a very, very, very long time. But just this most recent year, they managed to get underneath the roofing area and dive-bomb the local dwarves, the dwarves here enough that it made some of the livestock fall off the edge, and that's very unfortunate. So we have to do everything we can to keep the dwarves here safe and the traders here safe because they are very important clientele to the long-term future of the fortress. How does it feel? I haven't lost my voice yet. I think it's going to start feeling... like, I still don't think I'm going to complete it. I think it's going to start feeling possible once we hit 470 years. Because at that point, I can say, okay, I'm further into this than Arch Crystal. I think at that point it's going to start to feel possible. Doesn't really feel like I'm actually going to complete it yet, if that makes sense. So that's kind of where I'm at. Is that fair? They haven't shown up to trade. I'd love to trade with them. All right, now we're just trading with elves and dwarves. So chat, do you guys think we're going to make it through? Since we're 1/30th of the way through. Because like I said, I'm still like undecided as to whether or not we'll make it to the end. You think we'll make it? Jack Nurik has faith. Okay. Oh, looks like the dwarves are actually attacking the goblins again. The dwarves are once again marching on Spidery Desert. They've been at war with them for about 10 years, marching on them on and off. The population of this place has gone from 50 to 100. Population of that place is still the same, That one's new. The human hamlet of Thunder Desert. Thundered Desert of the Scholarly Band. Not Bond. Scholarly Band. Yeah, there are multiple dragons. Young dragons, but dragons. I'm really curious to see how the game is affected mechanically, period, once we get hundreds of years in. I'm also really curious to read the legends once we get hundreds of years in. So Rhinestone has, like, been pondering the pulley for a very long time, although wants to do something creative. Holy crap. Look at all this jewelry Rhinestone's wearing. A bracelet, an amulet, an earring, a ring, a bracelet, earring, amulet, ring, ring. Amulet, earring, crown, crown, amulet, crown. Crown. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of that mudstone swag, Seroy. Barrelins, by the way, you've been having depression issues. It's been unfortunate. Uh-oh. Could have sworn I just saw somebody carrying a dead body, but I think I just was seeing something. Yeah, nobody's recently died. Yeah. I mean, it's okay. It doesn't really hurt your frame rate unless they all get displaced all of a sudden. I'm about to say, how do you know? I'm good at reading minds, let's just say. Really good at reading minds. I'm a magician, in fact. Also, I hope you're doing okay, IRL. Shit can be tough. I'm just so happy that we're finally getting through to the end of this pile of boulders. Like, the end is actually in sight. Like, look at that defined line where there's just no rocks, and the other defined line where there's no mudstone. Like, we're getting somewhere. Ah! It's only taken 10,000 years, but we're getting there. Been a right pain in the neck. Bow, 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 bow. No, it won't ever truly end. Many portions of the fort are built out of mudstone. Bow, 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 bow. Need some more rock doors. Mudstone, aka MLH. My name is Mud. Bow, 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 bow. Still bringing more books over. You got 77 writing materials. There's so much writing material for each scholar. So if they make a discovery, they're free to just, you know, work it. Cooler, you don't need to be planting seeds. I think that we should put the fluffy wamblers into the library. I think so. Read their audience's mind. I mean, what are streamers if not a scam to read your minds and make you throw money at your monitor, right? Meditate on speech. Who's your god? Two deities, Shugnar and Shin. Ah. Snugor. Snugger? Sungor. Sungagor. I don't know how to say that. Is most often associated with persuasion and speech, so that makes sense. I like doing big, wide open spaces in my forts, but this fort is not all empty space. There's several buildings up top. We're working on them. It's going to be full of constructed buildings, and then there's kind of a little catacomb down here, which we're slowly working on. Slowly. How you doing, though, Atomic Udon? I think I've said this before to you, but I love your username. Atomic Udon is so good. They are both strange words, Stonia. Binging on Boat Murdered for fun. Fair. Seems like a perfectly normal pastime. Bum, ba, bum, bum. Just reading through all of Boat Murdered. Wonder if exclamation point Boat Murdered is still a thing. I never unmade it, so I guess it would be. I got so tired of people asking me if I've read Boat Murdered, I made a command saying, yes, I've frickin' read Boat Murdered. Long time ago. All right, there's our railing. So that hopefully nobody falls off of it. No. I guess I got rid of it. Oh yeah, by the way, I modded King the other night because I was a little bit tipsy, but I think that King can keep a sword. We trust him, right?
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we win the blin?
Hi, Ryan. I needed.
Let me see what you have. No!
Hey, Lore. I needed somebody to shout out Suey. So rather than shouting out Suey, I modded King. I don't know. King's driven me around LA, so I think I trust King. I think. By the way, Lore, we missed you the other day because we had a child murder our Baron by clawing his leg off. So that command would have been very apt. I mean, you didn't do it, but a child did. Murdered a Baron. Where is the child? Dead. Kind of got his head caved in by the sheriff. The sheriff is still kind of depressed about it. It was Morden who did it. Dwarf Fortress happened. A child scratched a Baron's leg off. And then then Squug, the sheriff, was all like, "Eat hammer face, plap." A child scratched a leg off. What type of finger does this child have? Dwarven fingers. Also, Great Padinsky and Animal are discussing reproductive behavior. Was this a werewolf baby? No, that was just a dwarf. Dwarves can be intense, man. Also, for those of you who weren't here earlier, the reason we're putting bars up all the way around the edge of this is because I had some buzzards dive bomb a trade caravan, and a bunch of them went wee splat. And so a bunch of their livestock died as when they fell off the edge. We ate the horses, though, and they were delicious. But we don't want to start a war, so we had to be careful. Unfortunately, nobody has discovered the secrets of necromancy. There wasn't even any books written in this world yet when we spawned in. To the point where there was 3 written works in the world, and every single one of them were demonic slabs. So I don't think there's even any necromancers in the world yet. Well, there might be by now, but there certainly wasn't back when we started. And there's no necromancer towers yet, so you can't really necromancy them. Also, he was a tantrumy little twit, so frankly, I'm glad he's dead. Sorry, Morden, if you're here. Demonic slabs, yeah. So in the time before time, when the demons forge the great spindles that bring them up from the underrealms into the real realm to create the goblin hordes, there's a kangaroo in my pit. Anyway, when they come from the time before time into modern time, they forge the grand slabs with the secrets of life and death and other things on them, and then adventurers go and steal them absent-mindedly, not knowing what their powers are, and then discover the secrets of life and death, or knowing full well what their powers are, intending to access the secrets of life and death. How much is that kangaroo worth? $1! My phone just decided to send me like 1,000,000,001 notifications, and I thought my phone was ringing. I so badly want to buy that Supergiant Games Soundtracks like deluxe edition record box, but it's like, and it just comes with more of them? The fuck, phone? PC Gamer just sent me like 11 notifications. Anyway, I love the music so much, but that full box set is like $600. But it also comes with like an art book and shit, which I don't need. I think if you just want the records, it's about $300. All right, so now they're going to fill a pond. With the act of paladins, but not the religion. Sounds like fun. I mean, I guess, yeah, you guys can just go get the water out of there, but that well's gonna get drained mighty quickly. Oh, the elves have come once again to trade.
Before the salt and roiling sea, the moon began
What are you wearing? Hobo, I think you have enough jewelry on. You're wearing a bracelet, a ring, an amulet, a ring, a bracelet, bracelet, amulet, ring, amulet, ring, amulet, ring, amulet, earring, bracelet, earring, amulet. And you need new shoes and a cloak. Okay. All my dwarves be blinging, yeah. Push them off while I still can. I don't want them to attack me, though. That's kind of awesome, actually, Ryan. I would watch that anime. I feel like my blood sugar's high, but I've checked it multiple times and it's not. And it's uncomfortable. I don't like it.
Shivers and shakes 1,000 years gone by.
About Fire Force. I mean, I'm familiar with the anime Fire Force, yes. Thinks of himself as a Night King Knight, but he doesn't know anything about knights, and that's where you got the idea from? Huh. Okay. They brought a wolf! And another unicorn. I guess, well, I won't take the unicorn because I can't afford it. Instead, I'll just, I don't know, buy that featherwood barrel. I don't really want to be trading with anybody right now, so. But it's not even a problem. Dude, I have one unicorn, and then my other one just mysteriously vanished. I actually have no idea what the fuck happened to it. Maybe I accidentally slaughtered it. I don't know. It's very strange. I kind of do not know what happened to that unicorn. All right, I'm actually gonna make this whole row not active. Just get them to dump water in the first half. So this is how you make an above ground garden. Barons is throwing a tantrum. Uh-oh. Please don't hurt anybody. Bow, bow, bow. Those ones are supposed to be inactive though, guys. Maybe that already queued up the job. Super satisfying watching water spread like this. Good win, Peter. Damn. That's quite the big win. Let's put a food stockpile down here. And I'm going to not let the stuff be put there just for kind of an aesthetic. And this is just going to be for seeds. Because it's a seed stockpile, Shift E. Remove all the barrels. And seeds incoming, I feel. And a leather bag. 40. Let's make a bunch of leather bags. I know I have a bunch of leather hanging around. Also, once again, just thank you very much to everybody who's hanging out. You know, we've kind of had a lot of people on and off recently. Not entirely certain what that is. I think it might just be summer kind of coming to a close and people coming back from vacations. But it's nice to have people tuning back in after a long time and having the channel pick back up, you know? Because August is kind of like... June, July, August is like kind of the dip of a slow season for my channel. It's always been that way for years. But we're kind of through that now, and it's nice. So, everybody who's been here and hanging out, cheers. It's good to have you around. Well, I choke up my coffee. Ow. Don't choke on your coffee. That's bad for your health. By the way, just a heads up. I don't know if anybody owns this game, but there's this game called Eco. And my teammate Bellinaire is running a community server for that. So if anybody owns Eco and is looking for a server to play that on, my friend Bellinaire is going to be streaming on his server for a little bit. I'm going to pick up a copy of that game tonight because they just put out a big update, and part of that update was an FOV slider. Unfortunately, it's not on sale, but I will pick that up and I guess more like Pogist, more like Pog least. But yeah, I will be picking up a copy of that game and trying it out a little bit over the next month or so while he's playing that. I said Eco. Yes, as in this game. It has terrifying looking people, but it's got a really neat world sim aspect to it. Because it's literally a simulated planet with like ecosystems and natural wildlife and reproduction and all that shit. And it's kind of cool, the shit that you can do in that game. Yeah, that game. Yep, he's got a community server. I think it's just like public. Any viewers can join. So, Barons did tantrum, but he didn't commit any crimes. So that's a positive. Yeah, no, it looks really nice. Like, I'm just going to restream a few seconds of his stream. I don't think he'll care. He's my teammate. But it looks a lot nicer now. Like, graphically, it looks a lot nicer. The frame rate is really good. They added, like, they let you remove the awful head bob and make the FOV wider than 50. So, like, it looks really nice now. If you want to win, dark mode makes my eyes hurt, so you can dance game me all you want, but I apologize for my disabilities, Morden. I have a hard time focusing on a dark surface. You want to know the difference between people who use dark mode and people who don't use dark mode? Is people who don't use dark mode don't shame people who use dark mode for using dark mode, but people who use dark mode shame people who use light mode for not using dark mode. You're fine. You tantrumed but didn't commit any crimes, so you are okay currently. I have removed hauling from your jobs, so hopefully you'll come around. Speaking of people coming around, how's Cooler doing? Because Cooler was really depressed until I made him a scholar. Still really depressed, but now he's just a depressed scholar, so. And he's eating food in the Baron's old throne room. See, I have my, James, I have a very hard time focusing on light text on dark backgrounds. Very hard time focusing. My eyes, like, get jittery and I have to blink a lot to actually focus on it. It's much easier for me to read with a gray background. But here's the difference between me and, like, 99% of other people on the planet. My brightness on my monitors is set at 1%. They're very dim. So I don't have a problem because I just turn the brightness all the way down and the contrast all the way down on my monitors and I've got no problems. And I got the no blue light mode turned on in Windows. I used to use Flux and then they added in the no, like, dark mode. My hunting dog seems to be doing a good job murdering a Kia. Good dog. Yeah, I really dislike the whole meme of, yo, not dark mode. It's like, fuck you. What the fuck do you have to say? Fuck off. You ain't got no right to tell me how I should and shouldn't use my goddamn PC. In fact, look at my non-ad blocked light mode Twitch. Feast your eyes. Good to learn about, thanks. I mean, the bane of my existence in UX, good mood James, is dark colored text with dark colored transparent UI with stuff moving in the background. It makes everything unreadable for me, which is why I've retained like 0% of what the fuck is happening in Stalker, because it's all small dark colored text on dark gray and black backgrounds that's small in the bottom left corner of the screen. Like, I don't retain any of that shit. 'Cause I actually can't read it. I know, but the meme bothers me. But it's okay. I could be your punching bag, but I will slap people who do that. Get rid of a bunch of these ones too and just fill the far side. Yeah. I mean, I can't do movies with subtitles really. Like I had to watch it's one of the best movies I've ever seen, and I can't remember the name of the fucking film. Parasite. I had to watch Parasite 3 times before I got all of the subtitles. I've gotten that from a few people, Ryan, actually. That was a fucking incredible film, but I had a hard time keeping up with some of the subtitles. Did that? Her left front paw is cut open and her left front paw is dented. I think my hunting dog fell off the upper layer. Aw. Poor Pooch. I like big, bold fonts. This is just personal, but Comic Sans is trash. I think everybody can agree on that one, though. Not because it's hard to read, it's just trash. And if you use Comic Sans, I'm sorry, but we cannot be friends. Yeah, bold fonts are easier for me to read. But like here, I'll show you what I have Twitch set up to look like. That's what my chat looks like. So this is a 1920 by 1080p monitor. And I mean, it lives over on the other monitor, but it's pretty big. For reference, that's 160% size. You're on TV for a moment. Generally serif fonts. I don't have those kinds of... I'm not dyslexic, to be clear, on at 12. This eye don't work at all. This eye sort of works. I see out of a tunnel and there's floating blind spots, and so I miss large chunks of words. So there are times where, like, if two people pop in my chat with names that are a similar length and are a similar color and they have the same badges, I literally can't tell them apart half the time. They just look like the same name to me. That's interesting, actually. Comic Sans is still trash. This is just an example. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, Axon was fighting with Akira. You fucking hero. A masterwork has been... Oh, Kia must have stole it. Do, 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 do. Did they finish dumping all? Oh my god! All the iron ore's been moved! Hallelujah! We fucking did it! Okay, cool. Iron wheelbarrow 10. Why? How did he ruin your dreams, Ryan? I'm really bad at remembering the names of fonts. Let me look up what that one looks like. Yes, that one is very legible. That style of font is extremely legible. Yeah. I think the default Twitch font right now is utter garbage. I don't know what it is, but I don't know what they changed it to, but it's fucking bad. So I use Better Twitch to make it look different. I mean, Mercedes doesn't like fun, so Mercedes won't do anything that's fun. Okay, so there's a Kia flying away. That was just in my library. Huh. Go get him, dwarves. Second it lands. Unless it just leaves. I think it's time to train the military for a little bit. Sui is now a depressed recruit. Wait, what old clothing are you wearing? You need new socks, okay. Also, apparently I have no leather workers. Thought I did, but I guess not. I mean, he clearly isn't because he stole masterwork, so. Besides, come on, birds don't read. Don't be silly. Went so far to collect those boulders. One day a Birdman will come to Longdeath? Birdman, huh? That was an interesting film. We're getting somewhere with this. You know, that's probably enough to just grow everything. Try and get a little bit more, though. Are you just becoming some sort of, like, master... What's the word? What's the name? What's the word for somebody who predicts things? Not Messiah. Not a weatherman. Prophet, that's the word I was looking for. Oracle. That's the word I was looking for. Oracle. Clairvoyant. Seer. Oracle. Prophet. Guesser. Lucky. Drug addict. Opioid addict. Poppy puffer. Visionary. Can we just... We have too many words for the same thing, chat. Like, it's actually a little bit silly. Party potato. A twat that nobody likes to hang out with. My friend Phil. Saint Jimmy. I mean, I don't think I did, Kelly. 0 people watch that. I mean, you never know. Prophet Stone would be a good username, though. Although you might get called a Harry Potter fan, because it does sort of sound like Philosopher's Stone. Man, poor Squug. I'm just trying to give him jobs that he would like, but he just seems to hate everything about everything. Doesn't feel anything. He doesn't feel satisfied after producing a vast work. Didn't feel anything after seeing a dead body. Didn't feel anything after getting into an argument. I mean, we were just saying words. Oh yeah, I see. Verifiedly did. Or someone confused reading minds with bulimia? I've never seen Zoolander, so I can't speak to it. But based on the people that are in Zoolander, I don't think I'd like Zoolander very much. All right, this is plenty. You know, it's funny, because yesterday I saw a post, I want to say it was on Twitter, and it was literally just, has anybody ever seen anything that's a good prequel to anything? Like, have there ever been good prequels? And then, like, not 20 minutes later, I saw a notification that Nintendo announced a prequel to Breath of the Wild. Sitting here going, well, Yakuza 0, that was fast. And I guess that's a prequel, isn't it? The Dynasty Warriors game? I mean, still, I just thought it was funny. Speaking of Breath of the Wild, has anybody seen that game Craftopia? Like, it literally just looks like somebody vomited a bunch of Unity assets into a survival game, and apparently it's selling a bajillion copies and doing really well. Here's a link if anybody wants to see. You know, I've never actually seen part 2 of Godfather. I've only seen the first one. I need to watch Better Call Saul. I've heard enough good things about it that I should watch it. I mean, neither can I really, unless it's like more of a cooperative experience, but just like kind of raw survival games is just strange. But I don't understand why anybody's buying that thing. I know a friend of mine tweeted that it's so bad it's good. It's like the only reason this game is good is because of how terrible it is. It just seems very strange. Are they really? Stone? Huh. Mist is such a neat thing. Just cyan developments in general. As well as Mist. Like, Mist fascinates me. How many people trying to pass through that one door? Come on, guys. Do I need to give you a second door? I think I do. So games I'll never stream because, like, complicated as fuck, but brilliant games. Actually, you know what? Those aren't going to count as underground. It's the summer streamer feature? I don't even know about that, because I haven't seen many people streaming it. Oh, I'm hitting. Oh, I'm like, why am I not getting farm plots? Like, genuinely, I was really confused. I mean, what is everybody streaming right now? Yeah, Crusader Kings 3. Although, supposedly Herman Lee is streaming with the guitarist of Periphery, which is actually kind of really cool. I need to watch that VOD later. Let's Players, maybe. I don't know, right now everybody I know is streaming Battle Brothers. Like, I feel like I'm looking at my following right now. Everybody's either playing CK3, Battle Brothers. Yeah, either CK or Battle Brothers is what I'm seeing a lot of. Oh yeah, no, I know. FG and Curie have both been doing really well on it. But based on the stats of my friends, I know my channel wouldn't do very well on it. I would just blend in too much. There isn't enough, Someone just get attacked by a buzzard? Oh, Barons, you went and punched somebody. Tisk. Plant blueberries, fisherberries, cranberries, and muskmelons. Not Dwarf Fortress? Traitor. Verify. Hey, Bifit, what's up? I don't know. I think that the CK3 directory is kind of super oversaturated to the point where I basically just kind of was very much considering it, but no, Your Dwarf's is around, just not in this fortress. Your Dwarf's in the community world, Bifit. The stab scared you, then it worked. I need to go check my blood sugar. I feel way off. I will be back in a mo. Turns out I was way fucking off, so I've taken an injection now. All right. I don't necessarily... Well, okay, first off, I do already have a stone stockpile next to them with wheelbarrows. Secondly, I don't necessarily need to speed it up. I need to do things with them that are useful. Yes, there are definitely ways I could get rid of this stone faster, but getting rid of it fast isn't necessarily the goal here. Getting rid of it efficiently is the goal here. Frame rate efficiently. You captured a breeding pair of lions? Cool. But yeah, no, we have 30-ish wheelbarrows in the fort, and this right here is a wheelbarrow stockpile. It's the Pyre soundtrack. Soundtrack of Pyre. P-Y-R-E. Supergiant Games joint. Trying to like catch up on this chat. Whether popular games helps with discovery or not, it depends. Streaming popular games can be great if you get to the top of that directory. When Stone Shard came out, I was one of the only people in that directory that actually knew what the fuck I was talking about with roguelikes. And so the result was I went boom, and my channel took off. And I did real fucking well for a week. Unfortunately, that game was bad, so I left. But it can help if you stand out in some way and get big influxes of people to push you up towards the top of the directory. If you don't stand out and there isn't anything particularly unique about your channel in that regard, either you're not maybe you're not particularly good at the game, you're new to the directory, not known to the communities, and just kind of there, it's not going to help you all that much. And it's kind of a luck of the day, really. I did that for years where I would say, okay, well, what's the game that people are going to be watching now? All right, I got to stream that. And frankly, I'm so fucking tired of that whole style of streaming. I can't be asked. Like, how's the corpse of Stone? What do you mean? In your coffin. And Stone 2 is still alive and well. I don't understand the question, Stone. So it's like... I don't know. I know that I can make a living streaming without playing the big popular game every single week in and week out. I just can't fucking be asked to do it anymore. Because I know that the people who watch me will watch me regardless of if the game is stupid new or not. Like, what's it called? Star Renegades just came out, right? I've had that game since it was out. I've had that game for about 2 weeks now. And could have streamed it as of 2 days before it came out. I just didn't bother. Like, what's the point? Hey, Cilantro. Like, what's the point of me just playing that game on day one? It's like, I could play it next week. The only difference is, like, I might get a few more new people, but at the same time, it's like, I might not because there's channels that are way bigger than mine, and I don't stand out necessarily. Unfortunately, I'm just kind of another skinny white kid with the camera. And there's nothing really that makes my channel stand out, and I never really get enough traffic to get pushed high enough up in those directories to do well. If I get to a point where I can pull the numbers that I stand out enough in those directories, maybe that would become worth it to me in the future, but it's just... Yeah, just another pasty white dude with a camera. You know, there's nothing really that makes me stand out. I'm unfortunately a dime a dozen. No. Hollywood wants attractive pasty white dudes. I'm just pasty white dude. Yeah, exactly. I mean, as it sits, my channel is super unique, right? I'm the Dwarf Fortress guy who has a hi-fi setup, who streams that for 2 hours at the start of every stream. And it's a very specific audience. I realize I'm going to have less people watching on the daily. But, you know, I'm Canadian, so you expect a certain level of pastiness. It depends on... Canada's one of the most diverse countries in the world, so I don't know about that necessarily. But to a degree, I see what you're saying. I'm Caucasian and Canadian, yes. The problem is, yes, there is something to be said for variation, which is why I'll be playing Stalker later today. Because Stalker's a game that I'm super interested in. I'm kind of interested in CK3. Kind of. But frankly, if you want to watch a stream of CK3, I could recommend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 streams that you could go watch that are all talented broadcasters, that are entertaining, that are doing just fine. Yes. A little bit of variety is good. But, like, there's so many people streaming CK right now. I'm not losing anything by skipping it. Get out of here, Stalker. I just remember the time that I streamed CK2 when it was free. And at the time, I was very much averaging 60 to 80 viewers per stream, around the same where I'm at now. And I remember having 20 people watching by the end of the stream because of how bored my audience was. And I remember when Rome came out, and everybody was streaming that. And by the end of that stream, I had about 25 people watching because of how boring that game was. And, you know, there's lots of people who say, you know, I'd love to watch you stream it, if not a little. And I always look at you and go, well, why didn't you the last... There's just not many people that are interested in watching me play those, and the options that you have to watch people play those types of games are numerous. I mean, I can't stand the Kingdom of Loathing games, so you'd have to find somebody else. I can't fucking stand those games. Not my style of game at all. Not for me. I want to say Salford Sal was streaming Kingdom of Loathing. Mm-hmm. Generally, I enjoy what I do. Except for when people are mean to me. But fortunately, that doesn't happen all that often. But no, what I'm doing with my channel very much is I care about long-term sustainability. I don't care so much about explosive growth. You know? With big streams, or not big streams, but with big popular games, you get one of two things. Nothing or explosive growth. Explosive growth is great. It's when your channel grows a whole lot all of a sudden, kind of out of nowhere. And it's great. Usually means you make a whole lot of money. You're not a capital. I mean, what was your first hint? It usually means you don't make a lot of money all at once. You make a lot of money all at once if you have explosive growth. And you generally get big influxes of viewers. But I've had explosive growth in the past. And I've learned that a lot of people who come in for explosive growth when a channel is growing really quickly are the first to leave, at least in the case for my stream. Maybe this isn't the case for every stream, but for my channel, if I get a large influx of viewers, they're the first ones to leave. And I've had many opportunities like that in the past. I've been, there was I know some people look at me like I'm crazy when I say this, but there was a day when I got hosted by Kit Boga and had 14,000 people watching. 14,000. I got like 500 followers that day. I don't think any of them still watch me. Because, as I said earlier, I'm a generic skinny white dude. Cooler has been missing for a week? Aaron's is throwing a tantrum. Are people, like, getting atom smashed? Like, what the fuck? I'm so confused. Must have, yeah. Watch. But yeah, no, I've had opportunities to have explosive growth. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. He's the second one just to disappear. It's strange. You have any left? Yep. You still have kids alive. Aripterus, I think. Yep, Sui's still alive. I can't stand the world any longer. I wonder if they're committing suicide. His upper body is gone. I don't know. But according to this, his upper body is gone. I was able to find my way into his psyche through his mother. Well, he's dead. Cooler was 15. Hardly was a daddy. It's good to see you too, Lou. Hope you've been well. Bizarre. I know that suicide is a thing in Dwarf Fortress, but man. There's a baby kangaroo just bouncing around in the fort. Funny. There's obviously a serial killer in the fort. I mean, it's possible. I doubt it. Like the invisible kind? I don't think that's a thing. Riptress. Something weird's going on, that's for sure. Got a notification that at 11 a.m. emergency broadcasting the entire country will be tested. Sirens, radio, TV, multiple no. Oh, really? Yeah, that is gonna scare a lot of old folks. Call your grandma. Notify her. Yeah, no, it's strange. I don't think I've ever just had people vanish like this before. It's very odd. My name is Mistum. I'm a liaison from the Mountain Homes. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What do you request of our merchants? More silk, please. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. What do we want for your crafts dwarf ship? All right, let's trade with them. Yeah, it's just so strange. I've just... Is it a bug? I doubt it. My theory is they're committing suicide, because I know that that's a thing that can happen. And they're just getting atom smashed. Oh, hold on. Cooler was found dead in a tree? Oh. Oh, I know what happened. It all makes sense. He climbed a tree and, oh, I found the other one. It makes perfect sense. The trees killed him. Well, at least that clears up that mystery. Probably fucking Kias stole their, All right. It was the trees. Probably the Kias stole the stepladder. The solution is burn the trees down. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we found the dwarves, so there's that. Well, at least we solved the mystery. No. Your body was also in the tree, Jack. I found both the bodies in the tree. So Jack, Nurik, and Cooler both died up trees. Probably got attacked by crows, most likely. Because crows can, like, gnaw on the body, right? Well, I mean, we did it for 20 years before we had problems, so not quite murder. Maybe manslaughter? Indirect? Murder would be, like, planned. Dwarf slaughter? I don't blame anybody. I blame the Kias for stealing the fucking way up to the in the trees. Criminal negligence? Sure. That I can live with. I feel bad about those dwarves, though. They were good dwarves. Yeah, that'll do. I already chopped the trees down way ahead of you. Designated them the second I saw them. this other's cooler and Jack Nark. Although, I need to put Jack Nark into this one. It's fine. Just move the slab up to this one. At least 2 years older than you were last time you asked. 19. And we're in the year 32. They grow up so fast. They grow up at exactly the same speed as everybody else. Generally. And then they're coming to get the corpse where Stone is. And it's just kind of unfortunate, really. Kind of a bummer. Well, at least we solved that mystery of the disappearing bodies. The mystery of the disappearing dwarf. I mean, it could have been a lot worse, I guess. Still no artifacts, though. We've had no artifacts this run, or today, or yesterday. That's a little strange. Yeah, closure is good. But yeah, no new artifacts. It's a little strange. Not gonna lie, it's a little strange. We are working our way through all of the mudstone. Although we should get another migrant, which will be nice. I'm gonna make another stone stockpile up here just for mudstone. So when it's empty, we know that it's done. Welcome back, caveman. Also, almost 6.5 hours of stream already. Time flies. And thank you so much to those of you hanging out today, by the way. It was a long way. Yeah, they were killed. Well, they died in trees. Trees are just part of the balance of life, like everything else. I don't know. Out of curiosity, kind of just bouncing off that conversation we were having earlier about popular games and streaming popular games. What is a popular game that isn't CK3 that you would want to see me stream? Why the fuck's that dwarf so slow? Stone, why are you so slow? Are you carrying like literally 1,000 artifacts? Or not artifacts, but items? Yep. You're carrying like 1,000 items. Oh, good to know. I don't know, the jury's still out on them featherwood trees. Featherwood trees breathe, have feathers, and grow eggs that have yolks. They're mildly disturbing if you, like, imagine them. Bow, bow, bow. My energy's, like, way too low because my blood sugar was a little bit high. I think I miscounted my sandwich. I need to recheck what carb count is on that bread. Maybe it was the cheese. I don't know. I mean, I have streamed 3,000 hours of RimWorld and kind of would rather not stream it again if I don't need to. I don't know what is popular anymore. Yeah, you're right. We too hipstery here. I mean, you guys can blame the trees. I will blame the birds for stealing the step ladders. That's my culprit. Squug the sheriff has slipped into depression. Not enough people to kick the shit out of. It would be kind of funny to see me play Fall Guys. I'd rather cut my toes off than have to play that fucking video game. No interest in Fall Guys. A game I need to play that isn't popular in the slightest, though, is Approaching Infinity. This game. Apparently screenshots don't want to load. This game is a game I need to play that isn't popular in the slightest. Turn-based, tile-based, traditional roguelike about flying around in space and having a crew of soldiers on said ship. I've played a little bit of Odd Realm. About 30 hours, I think I've streamed of it. I think I've done everything that there is to do in it twice. But yeah, it's coming along. I don't know. I haven't played it. Stone. Schadenfreude? No, it is. I've met him. He's cool. He's from my city. Atomic. Odd Realm is cool. I feel like out of nowhere, a bunch of people have been asking me about Odd Realm. It's like I streamed that game before it was out. Yeah, no, I've played a bit of Odd Realm on and off. It's a neat little thing. There's even a room for it on my Discord if you really want to talk about it. But I don't know if I'll stream it again. I don't know. To me, it's the problem that I have with Odd Realm isn't that Odd Realm's bad. The problem that I have with Odd Realm is it's too close to Dwarf Fortress to the point where I'd just rather be playing Dwarf Fortress. And the font is very hard for me to read. So, I don't know. I don't dislike Odd Realm. With the update that came out. Hype is relative. Let me take a peek. Based on the number of reviews, it looks about the same. I still hate the font that they use. But I mean, it's doing well enough for what it is. So much mud masterpieces. Yep. Yep. I thought you were talking about muds for a second there, and I was confused, Atomic. I mean, I think it went from most people not knowing it exists to some people knowing it sort of exists. Mantra. I think it's more of just an entry drug to DF, really. I mean, how about you play it and I just forget that game exists again? You know, it was kind of a serious question, not a joke. Aren't we all, Atomic? I liked the Reddit post of the person who said, I'm worried about time and this taking too long. So instead I just learned to play Dwarf Fortress. Like, I was gonna learn to play Dwarf Fortress when the Steam version came out, and then I got bored and learned Dwarf Fortress. It's like, excellent. One of us. One of us. Subnautica made me motion sick, unfortunately. Too many helmets. 7 Days to Die is one of the ugliest looking garbage games I've ever seen and would rather never play it. I already own Mountain Blade 2. The game was a little bit too feature empty, but I would like to play more of it. A viewer actually gifted that game to me. I hate spaghetti conveyor belt games. Just hate them. They're just work. They're not fun. They're just work. I love Endless Legend. I played so much of that before I started streaming. Played that in early access. Never played any expansion packs though. Looking forward to Humankind, their new game. Also played I think I streamed about 60 hours of Endless Space 2, which is the soundtrack we're listening to right now. Love that game. I love the Endless games. They're not as replayable as Civ, but they don't need to be. They're not trying to be. They're just very, very, very good, lore-heavy strategy games. Really enjoy those games. They're good. Ever tried Linux? Ever tried an OS? I'm sorry, what? Yeah? I have a dog that got kicked in the head by a kangaroo and died. I have a PC over there that dual boots Linux, yeah. I just don't give a shit about Linux. And prefer Windows in general. It's fun to fuck about with, but in my spare time, I've set up an Ubuntu system, but don't give a shit to actually deal with it. Child kangaroo, baby kangaroo. I didn't even realize that was there. I need to fix that. I used to have a laptop that ran Arch Linux until I fried the hard drive on it. Not related to Arch Linux. Yeah. What's ironic is the game doesn't even run natively on Linux. That's genuinely like the funniest thing about it to me. Like, I had somebody pop in the stream the other day who was just like, oh my god, you're playing DF and you're not on Linux? I don't think I've ever seen somebody playing DF on Windows before. I'm like, it doesn't run natively on Linux. You know that, right? It's just funny to me. It's a meme that I don't find funny. Yeah, well, most people have self-induced ADD, it seems. Lantra. What are my thoughts on Civ? Civ's great. I've never done well streaming them. I've streamed Civ 5, Civ 6. Big strategy games have never done very well on my stream. I streamed Civ 6 at launch. And when the first expansion pack came out, both were incredibly unsuccessful streams. I got buried by bigger channels and nobody gave a shit. I've never done well on, like, I was talking earlier about how I streamed Endless Space, and I never streamed Endless Legend, but I did stream Endless Space 2. When I streamed Endless Space 2, the most common comment I got was, why aren't you playing Stellaris and this game is boring? And like, I've just kind of come to a point with my life where I just don't stream big strategy games. I don't need to change your mind because I haven't played it, so I don't have a point of reference, Barons. Unless your name is Quill18. Well, I mean, with Civ, if you stream a lot of Civ, people will watch because there's a big audience for Civ. And I think that this kind of goes for all of those Grand Strategy and 4X games. If you stream a lot of Grand Strategy and 4X games, and you build up an audience for Grand Strategy and 4X games, you'll do really well. A couple months ago, there was a streamer who streamed a whole bunch of Dwarf Fortress, a partnered streamer. And they're a smaller channel, but bigger than mine normally, like a 200-300 view stream. They streamed nothing but Dwarf Fortress for about 2 weeks and then stopped, and I haven't seen them since. And the reason was because they were getting 40, 50 viewers. Because their audience isn't used to them playing Dwarf Fortress. And I think Dwarf Fortress is a very similar game to Civ, where there is a big audience for it. There are people who want to watch it, and there are people who are willing to watch it and would like to watch it. But the number of people that are actually providing content for it is very low. So even though it's a super niche audience, I think they're moronic, horny. The only person who puts the comparison up is the creator. The only person who makes that comparison happen is the creator of RimWorld, and he does that to market his video game. Yes, sign it. That Twitch Plays DF turned off? Oh, you mean the SaySad? I mean, that wasn't really Twitch Plays DF. That was more like DF plays itself and you can watch if you like. That was kind of sad, yeah. He had good tunes. Just like the lo-fi. But no, I think people who compare RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress have only played one and not the other, usually. Generally, people who've played both are like, why are you comparing the two? They're very different. Exactly. They're completely different. Like, RimWorld is a min-maxing game with base building elements and a little bit of personality management. Dwarf Fortress is a world sim. It inspired the very, 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 very basic idea behind RimWorld, and that's it. Uh-oh, Barons went berserk. Well, shit. Well, you're gonna immediately die because you're in with my military. Barons is struck down. Sorry. They immediately haul the corpse out. Ryan sounds like, I got this, guys. Oh, man. Uneasy after seeing him dead. Sad after seeing him dead. I mean, RimWorld can tell some cool stories, and RimWorld is a very good game. But it's not wise to compare the two, because they are very different. Sorry. What bothers me is when people are like, can you please tell me the difference between RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress? It's like, well, okay, if you honestly don't know, it's like saying, can you please tell me the difference between Arma and Call of Duty? They're both games with guns about killing the bad guy. But that's about where the similarities begin and end. Like, yes, the base inspiration for both games is modern military shooter. But that's about it, really. You want to know what's ironic, Salantra? RimWorld is way harder than DF. I mean, Call of Duty's a good game. There's a reason people still play it. Horny. There's a reason people are still actively playing Call of Duty. Genuinely. There's a reason. It's because those games are good. I genuinely disagree when people are just like, oh, Call of Duty's a bad game. No, Call of Duty is a popular game. Popularity means it's successful. Success is generally based in some form of quality. I don't like Call of Duty and have no interest in playing Call of Duty and haven't played Call of Duty since World at War Zombies? That was the first Zombies, right? But it's not my place to say that that game's bad. It's obviously good, otherwise people would have stopped playing it a long time ago. You mean graphics? Sure, it's really funny when people are like, oh, I can't play DF. DF is too hard. It's like, there's a really good photo on the DF subreddit from a couple weeks ago of a player who taught his 11-year-old daughter to play. And she seemed to be having no problem on like a tiny little netbook playing DF. Okay, well, I guess agree to disagree, but I think that you're writing off an entire franchise as bad. There's certainly been bad installments in the Call of Duty franchise, but writing off an entire franchise as bad simply because it is popular, I think is a little bit narrow-minded, but you can say what you will. Sure. I mean, I'm not saying it's, like, the simplest visual game ever made. It's certainly not. I mean, it could be in a month. It could be in a couple years. Time is relevant. Or time is subjective is, I think, the actual term. I mean, it's a shooter that is based off of twitch and reflexes. Just because it is simple mechanics-wise doesn't make a game bad. A game with refined, simple mechanics that is easy to pick up and play can still be a very good game. I have no interest in playing Fall Guys, but I won't deny that Fall Guys is kind of genius. It's an incredibly simple, easy to pick up and play, pretty-looking game that is very approachable to a wide audience. That doesn't make it bad. In fact, arguably, it would say it makes it refined, right? If something has a natural wide audience and is easy to pick up, that doesn't make it bad. Minecraft, for example, very logical game. It just kind of works. Same with Fortnite. Both very easy to pick up and play games, both very good games. Pokemon Go, very easy to pick up and play. My grandmother fucking plays Pokemon Go. And that doesn't make it bad. It just means it's refined. Who's running around in a stupor? Oh, Squug. Poor Squug. Snap out of it there, buddy. Do it. Like, there is an argument to be made that Candy Crush is the most important game of the last 15 years. It's the game that perfected the fuck you, I'm gonna steal all your money off of microtransactions business model. It is one of the most played games of all time. It's one of the most commonly played games of all time. It's one of the most profitable games of all time. I would argue that game is bad. But technically, it's very good. Very well made. Sure, if something like, but there are also games that I would argue that are popular that are not good. Call of Duty is not one of those franchises, though. Call of Duty is extremely good at what it is. Call of Duty is an extremely good, arcadey, fast-paced, Twitch-based first-person shooter. A game that is popular that is not good would be something like Candy Crush, or something like Flappy Bird, or something like, trying to like think of something that I would say is not good but popular. I think that there's a lot of people that, and myself included, and I'm guilty of this, Like, as I said, there's iterations of Call of Duty that are bad. Like, Call of Duty Ghosts was bad and is widely agreed upon to be bad, for example. Call of Duty Black Ops 3. That one, Call of Duty Infinite, the one that was in space. Those ones, yeah, they were pretty bad and widely disliked. But currently, Call of Duty is incredibly widely liked. And yes, it's known to have problems and not be perfect, but no game is perfect. Clash Royale is an example of a game that is popular but bad. But at the same time, the argument can be made that Clash Royale is extremely well made. Something like Boom Beach or Raid Shadow Legends is a game that is incredibly popular but very bad. Oh yeah, there's lots of games that are good and unpopular. Like a game I was streaming the other day, Jupiter Hell. One of the best roguelikes I've ever played, period. Straight up, I would easily put that game in my top 5 favorite roguelikes of all time. That game has an average of like 6 people playing in it at any given time. And it's fucking unfortunate. And it makes me so goddamn angry. What's up, RSG? How's things? Yeah, it's got 13 people playing it, 24-hour peak, 12 people playing it 17 minutes ago. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Bum, bum, bum. Two games your sister ever plays is Candy Crush and Flappy Bird. I mean, exclamation point sellout, Barons. Also, if it makes you feel any better, about a month ago, I turned down a $750 1-hour sponsored stream for Raid Shadow Legends. I could have made $750 in an hour. Well, it would have been 3 streams cut out into chunks, 35-minute chunks, or no, it was 25-minute chunks. 3 25-minute chunks, a little over an hour, for $750. I turned it down. So maybe I'm the idiot here. I don't know. You wouldn't have turned that down? I don't want to be affiliated with that shit. Oh, obviously. Who hasn't heard of Time Impala? They're one of the most popular bands in the world. Time Impala is like the big indie band. Although I think they're actually on a label now. I didn't sign shit. So no. And I know for facts, people I know who I work with on a frequent basis have been offered upwards of $1,500. They're the Beatles of this time? So you're saying they're terrible? Huh. Weird. I don't know. I wouldn't quite put them on that big of a pedestal. They're interesting. I wouldn't quite say they're the Beatles of this time. RSG, have you just discovered indie bands? Rolling Stones are better. Beatles are okay. I like some Beatles. They're an important band. They're not a band I particularly like listening to. Sorry, but whenever people say something is the Beatles of our time, I have to just like fucking throw that bomb out because I think it's funny. Like, so you're saying they're terrible? More about sound? Are you telling me you've only just discovered indie rock? RSG. Because that's what it sounds like. No, I couldn't. I had to be incredibly positive. I had to start a guild and encourage people every 5 minutes to join the guilds. I had to set all of my notes. This was just in the email. This wasn't even in like a follow-up email. I just deleted it. I didn't even fucking respond. I had to I have a command. I had to change my notifications to be Raid Shadow Legends themed. I had to have a command that would link you guys to it. I had to, there was a fuck ton of stuff. I had to tweet about it, make a YouTube video about it. I had to do a shit ton of shit. But no, if you take a Raid Shadow Legends deal, you cannot shit on it. Otherwise, you won't get paid. Paulbro Brookins. So, I sort of halfway read your name earlier when you popped in, and I only just realized what your name is. Hi, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Enjoy those stupid skulls and ad-free viewing and me talking shit about Raid Shadow Legends. Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. While I wait for these dwarves to fucking deal with this rock. Let me just die. Nope, stray hunting dog died. You're high on life. I mean, I smoke quite a bit of weed, but that's about it.
I hit the button.
Thanks for hitting the button 39 times. Have you been at tier 2 the whole time? I think you have. Good to see you, Foos. Thanks for sticking around, man. So goddamn long. I hope you like all the emotes. Hey, Sockmund. There was a new Dune trailer? I haven't watched any of them. I'm kind of just ignoring the trailers, Balinor, and hoping that it's a good movie. Was it a good trailer? This guy should make a few bucks back. Well, fortunately, I don't need a lot to survive. Dune needs like a 10-part series, a really high-budget 10-part series. I didn't like the first. I didn't make it through the first Dune movie, but I like the director they've got for this one. So, if it comes out and it's good, I will watch it because I love the idea of Dune. Hunting dog was found dead. That poor thing. If it doesn't get, you know, here's the thing, right? Dune needs to be a film like Blade Runner. It needs to be slow as fuck, full of intrigue, not a huge amount of dialogue, and it needs to be long. And I don't think they'll ever actually make that movie. So hopefully they make a Dune movie in the Dune universe that's interesting. Depends on the series, horny, but yeah, that can't happen. And unfortunately, it isn't, yeah. I haven't really done much with psychedelics, but most of the people that I know who do, there's another kangaroo down here. Most of the people I know who do tend to microdose. Elven Caravan has arrived. Bring a bunch more crafts up. I don't know. I don't really care to trip on psychedelics because I just need something to remove my depression, and weed covers that, so. I think some people are just privy to hate the visual medium of film. I like a movie that's well shot. You know, if you make a well shot movie, I'm interested. I like good cinematography. It doesn't even need to be that entertaining of film. If the imagery is good, I'm interested. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. I like watching art films. Like, are you referring to my depression, Marnie? It comes and goes. It was really bad back in June. I was a lot better a number of years ago because I had my ex around to keep me company, and that helped a lot. Now she's gone and hates my guts, supposedly. And that's been difficult to deal with. Not having, like, something solid to just kind of keep you sane. But I'm surviving. I've never been the most stable person, so I do what I can. Don't want the dog in there. Got a bunch of piggies that I need to eat. I mean, one of the recent movies, actually my favorite movie to come out like in the last 2 years that I've seen, was Uncut Gems. I think Uncut Gems is fucking incredible. But I fully expect most people who see Uncut Gems to hate Uncut Gems. Because that movie is insufferable. But that's part of why I think it's so fucking brilliant. Oh, no, totally. Like, you will either... It is. Big Swiss, it is. You will either walk out of that, like, turn it off early because you hate it so much, or you will watch it to the end and then watch it a second time because of how fucking good that movie. The movie is an uncut gem. Kind of is. I don't know. I think that movie is fucking genius, but God, I understand why people hate it. It's like the perfect encapsulation of everything that is wrong with humanity. Long time ago, yeah. RSG, long time ago. Good movie. Actually rewatched Pulp Fiction relatively recently. It's a movie I haven't seen in like 15 years. You love Pulp Fiction? It's a good movie. What, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? RSG. Poor Travolta. He was just lost, and confused, and holding his coat. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Quatch. Nah, I can't feel sorry for Travolta. He was a terrible person. Everybody in that movie is terrible people, and so I feel bad. I don't feel bad for any of them. I don't feel even remotely bad for any of them. I don't know. Inglourious Bastards is pretty good. Aren't we all bad people? Okay, well, there's degrees of bad. You finished the Avy uniform? Ooh. My nose is itchy. Yeah, no, I think we're all degrees. Varying degrees. Except for animal documentaries. Nothing wrong with animal documentaries. That muffin did nothing wrong, but you should eat it. Traders? Or, oh, migrants. A fisher dwarf and a peasant. I'm just gonna go with the first two names I see in chat. That don't have names yet. That should have names. We've been around all day. You've had 2 dwarves in this fort already, and you died today. I could tell you all about it. She's a worshiper of Ashen. Appearance of somebody that is 80 years old and is one of the first of her kind. Is Irish stupid? Never seen any of those. RSG. She personally disregards tradition and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Doesn't feel strongly about the law and dreams of crafting a masterwork. Likes diamond, walrus leather, gazelle tooth, decahedra, statues, and totems, and horses for their strength. You headed to bed, Horny? So we'll see you later. She never feels discouraged, and she accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. Does not find most jokes humorous, and she has strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. Please don't be that guy, RSG. Feed the dwarves too much alcohol? Not possible. She often greets others with a hug. Well, I are stupid. I don't want you, fishing. That's horrible. Wouldn't make anybody do that, but you can have leather working. And, Jellybutt, the peasant, worships Ashen. Deity that most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with Earth. She's 82 years old and is one of the first of her kind. Cobalt eyes, large irises, and somewhat narrow ears that are flattened. Her hair is clean shaven and she has a low voice. She has an angular chin and sandy taupe skin. And her skin is slightly wrinkled and her hair is accrued with a touch of gray. She likes steel, tiger eye, glumprong wood, and the color lavender. Blush, leather armor, and doors, splints, and common snapping turtles for their powerful bites. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship to be a total waste. Finds introspection to be a waste of time and values cunning, respects power, and doesn't care about art one way or another. That's not true. Dreams of mastering a skill and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, often acts with compassion, and is conflicted by this as she sees these tendencies as an independent to the quest for power. Likes to take it easy and doesn't often feel lustful. Tends to hang on to grievances and is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear different. And that is an icy hot ad that's happening in my ear. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has a greedy streak. She becomes very rigid when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Where else are you going to feed them? Water? Food? Ridiculous. Welcome to the fort where people occasionally die in trees. You know what I think is an overrated film franchise, chat? James Bond. The old films? Fucking cool for their time. God damn, they've gotten just fucking contrite. Like, every single James Bond film that's come out in the last, 15 years is like, why are you still fucking making these? Like, oh, right, because people watch them because they like male power fantasies, but, why are you still fucking making these? It's like, oh my god. What is lifespan for dwarves? Up to 170 years. They usually die of old age somewhere between 150 and 170, depending on the health of the dwarf. Really, that was the nail in the coffin for me. I was just... I like the old James Bond movies for the same reason I like old action movies. They're classics. They really are. And they're classic action films that are just dumb, goofy, and kind of fun. I enjoy the old James Bond movies. But my God, I'm right there with Daniel Craig. He needs to stop doing those movies. But they keep throwing mountains of money at him, so I don't blame him for continuing to make them. I don't know, man. I'm just... Like, there's part of me that wants to watch the show The Boys, for example, but I'm so fucking tired of superheroes. I'm just probably going to watch it in 5 years when it's done. I'm kind of in the same spot with big budget action movies. Also, I see your post, Jelly. Nice. Jack Nick, are you using Caves of Cud colors on your DF? Also, that's a lot of meat from that elephant. Good shit. Mission Impossible 1. I can't remember what even happened. I know I've seen it. I can't remember what the fuck happens in that movie. We're actually getting through. Is it Bad Company? Sorry, it was right there. I had to grab it. That's all that I remember. Yeah, I remember something about people's face. Hey, Mute. How you doing? How you been? How's the pixel arting and stuff's going? I don't know what this building's gonna be. I'm just building a building. It's kind of what I'm going to be doing for a little bit. We'll figure out uses for them as I need them. Was the one where he dangles down into the server room. I actually kind of liked Ghost Protocol. That was the last one I saw. I remember enjoying that movie. It had some good moments. I got you, Mute. I know how that goes. The Great Padinsky is throwing a tantrum. Well, it's not your first time. So Great Padinsky was super depressed, got haggard, threw a tantrum, was put in prison, and then came out of prison the opposite of depressed and super happy. So we'll see what happens this time, because we're going to have to go back to prison, unfortunately. I think. Yeah, no sentence pending currently. Also, investments are open, heads up. You walked out of the theater on the one where they fly at each other on motorcycles at maximum speed? I don't think I remember any of that one. Who's the child that's just running across the thing vomiting? Oh, it's Dragon Man. She was disgusted after being outside again. Just puking everywhere. All right, it's time to remove most of the jobs. We're just gonna let them go relax for a bit. Hollywood tried to hire you to direct a sequel to Brokeback Mountain. Really? That's interesting. We had some people fall off a ledge and go splat. Yeah, the goal of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. We had a baby get thrown off of a wall and go splat. Had half the fort get arrested once due to a noble. It's been fun. Nothing super horrific, but we'll see where we go over the next bit, I think. Yeah, typical DF. I really like your fort management style in this fort. It feels nice to take a journey with you in this place. I'm just kind of like my main goal, Brookins, with my like fort design in all of my forts is I just want to make a fort that's a believable fort. You know, like something else I want to do at some point is dig up to about here and have more walkways going across. Not even with any particular reasoning behind them. I just want to have them. Maybe going to guest rooms or something. Or storage. I don't know. But I want my forts to be visually appealing. That is kind of my main goal generally. Good wins. I mean, you guys have to look at my forts, and I have to look at my forts, so they better be fun to look at. If they're not fun to look at, what's the point, right? Also, God, that music's way too loud. There we go. It's better. It's very interesting to look at. Yeah, no, that's the goal. Like, watching dwarves go about their lives has to be interesting. And it'll look a lot nicer once all those boulders are gone. You've won a lot today. I mean, you've done well. That's for sure. Although games that look interesting, that are fun to just kind of go on a journey into and just kind of visit for a little bit is kind of like the whole goal of my stream. You know, I like games that are an interesting, immersive experience that maybe isn't something you would normally play or something that you would normally think to play, but you really enjoy being there for a bit, you know? There's something cool about just being able... Like, I've talked about this before, but this is also kind of ties back into the previous conversation we had about popular games that aren't good and streaming popular games just to get numbers. And I genuinely believe that I am in a position of power as a streamer with an audience. Is it a big audience? No. I mean, we've got 65 people watching, which realistically isn't huge. But I have the best, potentially Big Swiss, one of the better audiences. It's not huge. I'm not mega famous. I'm probably never going to be mega famous. But I can help small games. Like, I can help people find and discover small games that don't have a huge audience. And, you know, if the difference between a developer selling 10 copies of their game and not selling 10 copies of their game is like somebody going to go buy groceries 3 times. And this became super obvious to me when I started streaming Jupiter Hell roughly a year ago. It's like, I actually do have a little bit of an impact. And I like to feel like I'm actually having an impact and helping a game out versus, oh, I'm streaming this game because I need the fame or the attention from this game. Like, yeah, that's the better way to grow. It's the faster way to go. It's the easier way to grow, for sure. Streaming the game that's big and popular, that has a lot of people looking for it. But at the same time, if I can make about the same amount of money streaming a less-known game and maybe helping people find a game that they discover that they love, then I get to mentally benefit more from doing basically the same work. And I would rather play a game that maybe you haven't discovered yet, that you find interesting, you being anybody watching, than streaming a game that everybody knows exists and people just want the reinforcement that it's good. You know? And as my friend Wanderbot says, it's admirable to do things that way, but fuck, it's hard mode. You know? But he's in the position where he can stream anything and people will watch him because he's got a really large YouTube channel that does very well. Yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game that I can kind of play forever. You know? There's a few games out there like that. Because of the community or randomness? Wait, what do you mean, randomness? I mean, there's lots of games out there that I can't stand the communities for. It sucks. There's a bunny webbit that's starving to death out here. Set to be slaughtered. Oh. Poker and gambling card games are one of those subgenres of games that I will never fully understand the appeal for. I know lots of people that are way into poker, and I don't get it. I really, really don't get it. Put that to only farmers harvest, so don't worry about having too many plants that need to be harvested. Oh, I know. It's games for smart people with smarts. I don't have smarts, so I don't play those games. Which fort is this? This is Longdeath, the Millennium Fort. The goal is to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in game time. It is a really big hole in the ground. With a face in the middle, apparently. And that's, a lot of miasma up there. Bow, 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 bow. I butchered too many piggies all at once, apparently. Should really just hack a few holes in the top of this and build a chimney. But at the end of the day, I'm just happy that people like what I do enough to support me so that I can keep doing it. Like between the subscribers on Twitch, the people who throw bits at me, and my Patreon, I'm able to survive. If it wasn't for that shit, I wouldn't be here. Frankly. Ups and downs. Some days better than others. What's so bad? Anything I can help with? I ain't no therapist, but I can be a wall to yell at. Well, Cena's here, the human bard. Playing an opu, whatever that is. The stone who uses pounds and weighs himself in stone. Dwarf Fortress is an incredible game. Ugh. Ow. That's not fun. Dwarf, why are you sleeping in the middle of the floor? Do you not have a bedroom? You do have a bedroom. Maybe all your jewelry is too heavy and you couldn't make it to your bedroom. Yeah, no, losing fingernails is the fucking worst. At least that's something I can heal, though. They sleep on floors. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the jewelry is... Maybe it's just a slight case of narcolepsy. Let's just extend the size of this. There they go. That'll probably do it. Dwarves are generally smarter than Rimworld Pawns, but I say generally for a reason. They have their moments. They're not all alcoholics. What, are you, a wateraholic? Just because you need alcohol to function doesn't make you an alcoholic. They'll die without it. Don't confuse alcohol dependency and alcohol necessity. Very different things. I mean, they just haven't had time to write all the Darwin Awards yet. This world is only 33 years old. How are they going to know that they'll die if they jump off of a very large precipice at first? No one else has done that before. Exactly. Like, you know, how many humans died in really stupid ways in the first 150 years of our existence? Like all those people that ate mushrooms and just killed over, and they were like, well, probably shouldn't do that. You eat it. No, you eat it. Find out. Is that poisonous? I don't know. Hump. It looks tasty. Ooh. Ooh. Looks painful. You injured 2 dwarves. Horny and Jellybutt. What a dick. And there was witnesses. Be a little bit surprised if you don't get served a sentence. Although I need a new sheriff because my sheriff is just like standing there stationary, freaking out, so. Which is unfortunate because Rhinestone will be sad when my sheriff dies. Give it to Questigal. Questigal would be good in this job. You're gonna go become a scholar alongside of your husband. And my manager... Give me Questicle. I mean, I would too if I was an elf and you gave me a wooden cup. Mm. 57 days in prison. 57. It's a long time. I mean, it's fine as long as they're polite, but I can't read what that means, so I will Google Translate it. I frankly don't care what language people speak in as long as they're not rude about it. But to Google Translate. This game is hard to do. What I like... Yeah, that's kind of word salad in English. I mean... Longdeath Millennium hat would be pretty good. No, lady dwarves can have beards if you change a setting. It's just the way Dwarf Fortress works. And the setting is right there if you wish to change it. I haven't set the setting that way. Because I've never imagined lady dwarves having beards, but I guess that's because I haven't read enough Terry Pratchett. I was trained to be a Russian stalker. mean, I guess so. A little bit of miasma in there. Squug cancels eat. Too depressed. Sorry, Squug. Or that would be an artifact cap, wouldn't it? Pretty sure that would be an artifact cap. That's a weird one. Etal's playing Roller Coaster Tycoon. Open RCT specifically. Shit. It's the Endless Space 2 soundtrack. You just realized, never mind. Same. I feel you there. Same. Yeah, I mean, all of the soundtracks for the Endless games are great. They're all good soundtracks. Actually, you know what? Let's not dump any of that. Just kind of letting the dwarves put everything away because they got a lot of stuff that needs to be put away. Oh, there you go. Squug is going to go chain Pedinsky. Good luck, Pedinsky. Let's see if Pedinsky's prison sentence fixes him again. He's repentant after being confined. Pleasure near a fine door. Pleasure near a fine bed. Pleasure near a fine statue. So once again, I always read that as Endless Space 2. Yes, or not as Endless Space, but as Elder Scrolls for some reason. I was like, what? Yes, I did. I played about 60 hours. I loved it. It was great. Would I ever play it again? No. I played it once it came out of early access. I never picked up any of the DLCs. Fucking brilliant game. Elder Space, yes. That would actually be a good name for a Space 4X. Elder Space. Far Gone Age. Or something. I don't know. I wouldn't say I was ever competent at it. I like those games because I love the music, I love the art, and I love the writing. I don't play them because I'm good at them. I play them because I love the art, the music, and the writing. I doubt that VOD's even available. That VOD would have been like whenever Endless Space came out, so that's long gone. When did Endless Space 2 even come out? 2017, yeah, that's long gone. But no, I would have streamed more of it, but I got way too tired of people like complaining that I was streaming that and not Stellaris. You get frustrated too quickly? About what? There's one bloke on YouTube who puts up like 1 billion videos of Endless Space and Endless Legends. But I mean, I like it for the writing primarily. Just put them on easy and just enjoy the atmosphere. Stellaris will run on a potato. No, a stray kangaroo buck has been missing for a week. Not a dwarf. Kind of similar, but sort of different. Yeah, it's all good though. Kangaroo, dwarf, yeah, about the same. I mean, okay, so Endless Space and Endless Legend, this goes for Endless Space 1 and 2, are not very well balanced, but they're not designed to be. They're not like competitive, hardcore multiplayer games, really. They're games with brilliant writing, beautiful artwork, amazing music. I almost consider the fact that they're strategy games to be somewhat secondary. They're very experimental, and they try things that a lot of strategy games don't. So the way I recommend playing those games is just put them on easy and enjoy it until you know what you're doing. Like, just crank down the difficulty and have fun, because they're just very satisfying stories that you play through. And every single race is worth playing because it's a different story every time, and they all play completely differently and have completely different everything. They're kind of brilliant for that. That's why I'm looking forward to Humankind, because that's actually like looks like a 4X game that they're trying to make balanced, which is gonna be really interesting to see them make a game that's focused on being more like Civ. I don't know how much of it I'll stream. I really want to play it though. Exactly, yeah. No, like, don't fucking worry about what people say, what difficulty people play games on, and what difficulty you feel you should play it on. Play it on the difficulty that you feel comfortable at, that you enjoy. That's all that matters. Also, Jackie is doing a cooking demonstration, and Stone 2 is doing a weaving demonstration. That's actually really fucking cool. And the reason that's really fucking cool is this. Stone learned to weave watching his mother do weaving demonstrations. That's really cool. Like, really fucking cool. Oh, I was like, why is my UI not popping up game saving? Isn't Stars Beyond Reach, like, indefinitely delayed? I thought that game was just, like, delayed indefinitely. So, I don't expect that game to ever actually come out. I'm worried about Arson. Arson? I don't actually know how you're supposed to say them. But they've had a few, like, duds in a row. Kind of worried about that studio. 'Cause they make weird games, and I like a lot of the games they make. Or I've liked a lot of the games they've made, is what I should say. It's Beyond Reach, yep. Squug is learning about bookbinding and reading, and he feels wonder after learning about weaving. Learning skills. Da, 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 da. I like that the tavern doesn't have as many people in it as the guild hall. And the guild hall is like quite popular, it seems. Another stray kangaroo has been missing for a week. I think they're starving to death. Is what's going on. And they're starving to death outside of my fort, so we're not seeing them. No, I mean, they are drinking. There's alcohol in the guild, you know? They're going in there and drinking, so it's not like they're not drinking. How's Padinsky doing? No longer depressed. Is this going to be the cycle of Padinsky? Like, works a bunch, studies a bunch, trains a bunch, gets really strong, has a tantrum, murders somebody, or beats somebody up, gets thrown in prison. Yeah, because he killed a Nander almost, like, over 10 years ago. Gets thrown in prison, spends, like, 2 months, 3 months in prison, stops being depressed, is repentant, loses all of his stress, and then it goes back out into, like, the chaos of the world. Like, that's too funny. No, I'm just putting alcohol everywhere. Stone carving demonstration. We've got dwarves reading. Yeah, no, this is pretty well organized because down here we have the library, right? And then right above the library is the very popular guild hall. The Craftsdwarfs Guild. What? They're watching glass making demonstrations. Look at that. Cassie is socializing all the way up here in the Farmers Guild. We need to move the Farmers Guild. Yeah, that's something that needs to happen. Stone carving. We're not carving you, Stone, if that's what you're worried about. In fact, I'm going to turn this into... the guild. The Farmers Guild, anyway. So that they don't need to run all the way the hell up there. Bearded Farm is the name of the Farmers Guild. And I will deconstruct all of these and move all the things down there. The Dwarven traders have arrived. I got so many plant pots. It's a little bit nuts, actually. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. A lot of jobs that need to get done all at once. All right, hopefully those bars will keep them birds out. The height limit in DF? You mean the Z level limit? This particular map is 25 Z levels, and yes, I'm planning on building a tower from the bottom of the pit all the way to the top of that. One thing at a time, though. Well, thinking about it. Just trying to figure out where to put it. Yes, that will happen. I don't know. What do you want to call it? I'll just call it compensating for something and snicker and move on. The Tower of Beard Bell? Probably the Tower of Tall Death. Or Beard? Okay. Were you? I'm trying not to make a boner joke so hard. It's not working. Millennium Tower? I don't know. I'm bad at naming things. 25 years decorating each floor. I don't know. I'm going to have Tower 1. Yeah, exactly. The big one. Who is going to be the one? Who is going to be the one? Who is going to be the one? Obsidian pot. I should buy the obsidian pot. I understood that reference, Clutch. I kind of figured that, Mute. For what it's worth, it was kind of funny. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. I think my neighbors are cooking fish because suddenly my apartment smells like fish. You had a brief chuckle. Yeah, me too. But yeah, no, it'll probably come out of the top of this thing. And just kind of go up, 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 up. But, you know, maybe not. Who knows? Do you think it's a high achievement? What, if you can get a chuckle? I mean, I didn't even make a boner joke. I kind of indirectly made a boner joke. I didn't make the boner joke that I had in my head. Unless you're talking about the Tower of Beard Babble or whatever. I'm impressed with you guys who watch the YouTube channel. 100 people have watched, over 100 people have watched the first VOD of Stalker. I was very much not expecting anybody to watch that. My name is Mistum. I am still your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of us? Giant cave spider silk cloth, and that's probably it. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Quest to goal, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes still rise and fall together. Also, what new news do they has? Oh my god, the goblins have spread. There's 2 new pits. Same with the ones down here. Yeah, it is new. Cooler's been using it in my chat a lot recently. It's good. Someone, next time you see a user and you should tell him I like it. It's a good emote. My dwarves have spread too. There's 2 new helixes down here. Yeah, the wars are kind of going back and forth between the dwarves and goblins. Humans don't seem to be spreading much. No, I'm not going to kill the goblins. Then there'd be nothing to do for the next 1,000 years. The elves haven't spread much. Well, actually, that's not true. There's like 1 or 2 new elven roosts over there. These are new. I don't recall seeing those. That's new. Little human town right there. This whole peninsula down here is just packed with kobolds. And they screaming, "Wah!" Wait, no, those are orcs. Really? Mistum's name is Portal. Interesting. I wonder what Mistum thinks of the sequel. I'm not here to murder everybody. That's the weekend for it. I love how many of you guys just straight up have wah emotes. It's funny. Not to be confused with wah. Totally different wah. I don't know, chat. Are kobolds able to join forts? I've never had it happen myself. That is good, Baker. So what is your plan with your evening now that you are no longer tilted? He's an honorary boys. I don't know, chat. What's a better wah? You know, the orc wah or the Waluigi wah? I think they're both pretty good. I mean, probably if you had an adventurer kobold. Waluigi all day. Fair. Yeah, I think with an adventurer kobold, you could make them join a fort. But outside of that, I DK. I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty worried whenever I see Waluigi. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, what are they watching now? They're watching cooking demonstrations? Probably? Yeah, it's a cooking demonstration. They're watching Hell's Kitchen Dorf Edition. Come on, Cassie. I know you've had a bad leg for years, but Rhinestone has given birth to a boy. Aww. Feb, dwarven baby. All right, who wants to be Rhinestone's kid? Raise your hand in chat if you want to be the son of Squug and Rhinestone. Any takers? It's a dwarf. I mean, it'd be weird if it wasn't. It is too late to be reborn yet, or it's too soon to be reborn. Let's try and I'd like to give it to somebody who hasn't had one yet, ideally, but if nobody wants it, I could give it to Quatch. Because Quatch died in a previous stream. Aaron's, you died today, so. He is the son of Rhinestone and Squug, and is a worshipper of the fuchsia and a faithful worshipper of the fuchsia. I didn't know you could be a worshipper of the same god twice. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. He personally is a firm believer in the value of tradition, values sacrifice and decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and doesn't really see the value in merrymaking and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He's assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when he has something to say. He is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, and presents himself modestly. He frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and rarely looks on others with lust. He is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. He likes to take it easy, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He is quick to anger and can handle stress. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he is quite ambitious. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and speaks very deliberately when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, future military dwarf, or future Pablo Escadorf. One of the two. Meanwhile, Squug is leading weaving demonstrations. I wonder if Baby is capable of watching weaving demonstration. I love that there is actually nobody in the tavern. That's not totally true. There's a few dwarves in the tavern, just as I said that. But most of them are either in the Farmers Guild, the Library, or the Craft Dwarves Guild. Send you to the furnaces once you grow up. Yeah. We do have quite the metal industry. It's just not currently running. I really like this fort. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it. Yeah, I mean, this is like the most successful I've ever had guild halls. Hey, for whatever it's worth. How many boulders are currently out there? That building looks like a ray gun. For whatever it's worth, there is currently 3,511 mudstone, 2,322 lemonite, and 5,866 nice. We had 11,000 mudstone at one point, and about 8,000 nice. So we've worked through quite a lot of it. We are getting there. But right now I'm just giving them an extended break because the dwarves were getting a little annoyed. A milking demonstration! Now, how are you demonstrating milking, might I ask? I don't know if I want to know. Euthris is leading a milking demonstration. With nothing to demonstrate. Maybe they have like a cardboard cutout of a cow or something. Or a pig. You squeeze the teat into the bucket. Show me how to milk a duck, right? DF is definitely a fan of the non-conventional milk. But, yeah, no, I do completely agree. It's disgusting. It's not just pig's milk that makes me gag. It's like most of the non-cow, yak, and goat milks. The concept of it makes me feel ill. I mean, I got very concerned the first time I heard about dwarf's milk. I was like, what? Dwarf milk? Right? Then I read about it on the wiki and I was still concerned. But less concerned somehow? Building friendships is a waste. There is no bond that can withstand distance or change of circumstance. Deep thoughts with Dwarf. Cassie. She says that as she's like getting good thoughts from socializing with close friends. Yeah, it's like I was concerned about dwarven milk, and then I got even more concerned when I learned what it actually is. It's one of those it's very much one of those, no, it's not what you think it is, but it's still scary. Our fluffy Wambler mascots can go in the little courtyard outside of the library. Does kind of look like a ray gun, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like that's the handle. That's the body of the gun, and that's the ray that it's shooting. Very fat ray gun. It's a thick ray gun. What is it actually? It's mashed up maggots. At least I think. Just like I said, it's a different kind of concern. I don't understand. This dwarf has been completely, utterly harrowed by the stress that is his tragic life twice, and come back both times. Or am I thinking of something else? Dwarf milk DF wiki. Purring maggot milk. Purring maggots are a type of underground vermin notable for only underground source of milk, known as dwarven milk, obtained by trapping them in animal traps. They are hateable I read that as hateable. Hateable? Hateable vermin that will inspire unhappy thoughts in dwarves that detest them. Tamed purring maggots can't be milked. After being milked, the purring maggots are left inside the workshop as an item. Dwarf Fortress. And it includes this wonderful art. I guess you just kind of squeeze them and milk come out. I guess. I don't know! Atomic, I didn't make the game. But then again, why would you milk a pig? Why not? Just have to try really hard. I love that most of my dwarves are just becoming crafts dwarves just because of all of these demonstrations. But they're enjoying it, so who cares? Satisfied after learning about weaving. Was blissful remembering sleeping in a great bedroom. Stop what? Some things are best left to imagination and not imagined as hard as you can. Yeah, exactly. What, the dwarf with like the weird stick hand is creepy? I kind of like that combo. I don't know. I think Cooler was the one that did that one first. My favorite one is this for Crypt Pog. I don't know why, but it's just way too funny. It's like, thumbs up. It just matches his hair. Like, I got little hand. There we go. Now there's dwarves singing and dancing. How you doing in the middle there, hair? Fondness when talking with friends, self-pity. Interested after watching performance, remembering a great bedroom. We'll do okay. But yeah, I think tomorrow for this fort, we just kind of got to let the dwarves chillax for a bit. Let them relax a bunch. And because we've done years of a fuck ton of crafting. Just let them pay attention to the demonstrations, have a bunch of watch bookbinding demonstrations, pray, meditate, spar, all the things that they got to do as dwarfs should, you know? And we just got to give them a nice long break time from all of that, because it's just something that they need to do. And it's been too long. Yeah, that's a necromancer eye, or stupid. Like in real life? Silver tongue? That's good for you. All right, chat. So we've been streaming for over 8 hours of Dwarf Fortress. And I think this is a pretty calming place to leave it. You know, we had a few unexpected deaths, but we solved the murder mystery and discovered that they were up a tree and starved to death. A common form of dwarven death. We had a bunch of livestock get chucked over the edge by some pesky turkey vultures. We completed the main goal, which was... I'm not leaving, mute, to be clear. I'm just switching games. We completed the goal of getting the above-ground farming set up down here. So tomorrow we're going to want to get an underground farm down here set up, get that good to go and ready. I don't know what I'm going to do with this building. I just kind of started it. Probably going to start a bunch more buildings tomorrow, and we're going to try and power our way through the majority of the blocks that are left tomorrow. Maybe we'll actually get through them. We're not finished the stream. We're just switching games. I've been playing through Stalker, Call of Pripyat, so that's what we're going to jump over to now. I've been very much enjoying that game, and people who've been watching it have been too. So if you want to hang out for some Stalker, that would be fantastic. If you want to peace out and go watch User Room play Dwarfs, you can do that too.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet.